Hello again everybody, welcome back to the channel. We're live for what's been a little while now actually, from Manchester Airport on the VATSIM network, and we're heading out to Corfu today. FlyTampa's wonderful Corfu airport scenery available for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Lots of stands in use at the moment as well, and we are nestled beyond the car park, overlooked by a number of Rosses by the looks of it. At stand 107 here at Manchester. We're going to be departing Manchester, which is a Macco Simulations Airport scenery, and heading over to FlyTampa's Corfu, where they've created a rather remarkable airport scenery that we've not enjoyed for a little while now actually. So, bit of a double whammy. We're back in our favourites, at least for now, the PMDG 737-800, wonderful TUI UK livery as well, created by I think Steve Drar, one of the livery painters for PMDG. And we've got VATSIM fired up, we've got GSX fired up, and boarding in progress as well. So all the bags are being loaded, and we have got, by the looks of it, a ground controller and north and south tower. So real world kind of ops, at least for departure, using 2-3 left for takeoff today instead. Ian, hello to you, good evening. Badger, Mikhail, Loadmaster Sean, Mike Oliver, Ashton, Living on a Player, Ron Van der Sar, Doc as well, hello to you. Booster, welcome. Lewis, how you doing buddy? Hope you're well. Love a bit of TUI. While all this is happening, hello to everyone else in the live chat as well. Welcome to all of you, wherever you are in the world. Please hit like and subscribe if you are perhaps new to the channel as well. Shuts, Zato, Rab, folks, welcome. So, diving in, we've already got a lot of the pre-flight prep done. So what we'll do is we'll talk through what we've set up again as always. As you can see, all of the systems fired up, ready to go, and the flight plan inserted too. We bring up the charts for you guys. We're going to head out of the pier up here on the south, or Terminal 2, I think I said South Terminal earlier, but I meant Terminal 2. Pier 1 over Zulu's taxiway, all the way down Echo, Delta, Papa, cross at Papa 1 onto Delta Zulu, Tango, Tango 1, runway 23 left, for then a departure on the Sonics 1 Yankee departure, this bottom line of the two. Heading out to 3.2 miles from the Manchester VOR, and then turning northbound 344 degrees to intercept an outbound radial of 081 degrees from the Wallasey VOR, turning just prior to that 24.1 DME marker at Zoomat. And then heading outbound on that radial up to 5,000 feet to 33 miles. And then at 35.1 miles we'll reach the waypoint Sonics, which is the transition into the rest of the journey today, the rest of the route, which is going to take us across Europe. Look at this, it's a proper seamless experience. I didn't practice this, it's just falling into place. Oh dear. Heading over Europe, that's brilliant. Initially departing over Sheffield and Lincoln, then the Norfolk coast before crossing the North Sea. Hopefully we clear of clouds and we get nice visuals below of the Aerosoft North Sea. That, I don't know why that's tickled me, but it has. Over the North Sea, looking at Aerosoft's North Sea add-on, and then over the Hague, so a little bit of Belgium, passing to the north east of Innsbruck, and then down the Adriatic coast, all the way down to wonderful Corfu. And this whole part of the island here, this entire section, has been edited, tweaked and improved by FlyTampa, the entire island, in addition to the airport as well, which we're going to be hand flying an approach to. They tend to have the VOR approach for that one. Well, hello, good afternoon Wesley and David. So yeah, that's the route for today. But first we're on the ground, so we'll remain there. Airport elevation 257 feet. Transition altitude 6,000 feet. And currently we've got an ATIS of information Kilo Transition level, flight level 65, 190 degrees at 6 knots, variable winds between 130 degrees and 230 degrees. All the 9s, fuel cloud 3,100 feet, temperature 17 degrees Celsius, dew point 10 degrees Celsius, QNH 1011. So we'll update that, make sure the QNH is set up correctly there. And we'll flick to tower, ground.
ICA 440 holding Alpha 3.
About 3 and a bit hours for the flight today. It shuts. It's because I've had 2 pastel donatas, so and a coffee, so sugar and caffeine. I haven't. I booted the sim about 30 minutes ago. It's been non-stop since 7 AM today, so it's been a busy one. Lewis, absolutely, yeah. It depends on the times, the dates, but yeah, Midsummer Madness would be good fun. To be fair, I need to control again at some point soon, but I'd happily fly the event if I'm free.
737 on stand 41 with information kilo, request IFR clearance to Corfu.
Ascot 2205, cruise Corfu, Samba 1 Yankee departure, squawk 1077.
Ascot 2205 is cleared to Corfu on Samba 1 Yankee departure, squawk 1077.
James G, hello, enjoy watching your flights. Where is the best place to start for a newbie? Do you have any guidance or intro to start that you have done? So, start with what in particular? VATSIM or specific aircraft? It's the mad rush now, everybody trying to get their clearance. Happy holiday flight beckons indeed, Dwal. Yeah, David, it has been too long, hasn't it? My God, I think I'd be very rusty though. I'd need some support.
Squawk 7271.
Try to cover by the Samba 1, Samba 2, departure squawk 7271.
Samba 1 Yankee.
8826.
Hello, commentator.
8826, just confirm it's Samba 1 Yankee, 123 west.
Samba 1 Yankee, 23 left for Osprey 8826.
8826, is that correct?
That's how long it's been, David. Manchester ground, good afternoon. Tomjet 2 X-Ray Bravo, stand 107, 737-800 with Kilo, request clearance to Corfu.
Tomjet 2 X-Ray Bravo, Manchester ground, good afternoon. Clear to Corfu, Sonic 1 Yankee departure, squawk 2152.
Cleared Corfu, Sonics 1 Yankee departure, squawk 2152, Tomjet 2 X-Ray Bravo.
Tomjet 2 X-Ray Bravo, is that correct?
Lovely job.
Papa Juliet 223, requesting radio check.
Papa Juliet 223, Manchester ground, really good 5.
So our next frequency, Mr. Turtle DK, welcome. Our next frequency is south, no, North Tower for the crossing, 118625.
NG, and would like to request VFR clearance to 5 right hand circuits.
Papa Alpha Juliet 223, stand by, call you back.
118625.
Our station, stand by.
So what Samuel's doing there, the controller today, because somebody's just asked for VFR circuits at Manchester, they have to then go and liaise with the tower controller, or if there was an approach controller online, they might need to liaise with them as well to authorise the VFR work in the pattern. And then once he's got that clearance, as you can hear, he will then read him the clearance.
Clearance will be at the hold squawk 7010, please.
Squawk 7010 and clearance is at the hold, Papa Alpha Juliet 223.
Papa Alpha Juliet, we correct, report ready for startup.
Right, so, where are we?
Sorry, Papa Alpha Juliet.
We've briefed the departure.
Report ready for taxi.
Approved, report ready for taxi.
Flaps 5 for takeoff. Trim set to 6.02 or just 6. And our V1 speed's 144 knots. Rotate 145 and 150 knots of V2. Add the 10, gives us a V2 plus 10 of 160 knots. But if we head back a little bit, you can see our weights, our cruise speeds, the average winds for cruise, and the transition altitude, and our cost index. So at the top, gross weight 69.3 tonnes. We've got 11.9 tonnes of fuel on board and a zero fuel weight of 57.4. Reserves of 3.1 tonne and a cost index of 30 today. So about max 7-8-ish, I think. We'll find out when we get up there. Cruise at flight level 370, and the transition altitude is 6,000 feet. We're going to be departing with Bass Airplane Toolbox, having done the performance calculations.
Manchester ground.
He's given us a cell temp of 36, takeoff profile 1, 24k D rate, and climb 2. And according to Bass Airplane Toolbox, with the weather, just going to re-pull the data though.
Papa 1, Lima Papa for EC459.
It reckons we're going to take off with 577
Manchester ground.
meters left of a 2005. Where is it? Hold on. 3,050 meter runway. So a takeoff run of 2,473 meters.
Kilo, hold Kilo 4.
Taxi Delta Kilo and hold Kilo 4, Papa altitude 223.
23 left. Sonic's 1 Yankees active, and it gives us all of this data here, which we have cross-checked already.
25 with Kilo 738. We're expecting December 1 Yankee.
Now, I'm not going to worry about the PITAS arrival just yet, because we've got a long way to go. We're going to pull the weather on the way and discuss all of that. But on the legs page, we've got our cruise winds input as well throughout
2542, stand 237
from our OFP.
Clearance to Corfu. Information Kilo on board, and we're at Boeing 737-800.
Yeah, get rid of the annoying AI auto, the ATC DK, it's rubbish. Spawn Gaming, welcome. Pilot Peely, hello as well.
Squawking 2172, Janix 2542.
Janix 2542, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, David, really, because you were a fantastic UK controller, and I feel like the way that the system is designed, you're constantly being pushed down the queue. And it's kind of the system has let you down massively there, and I don't think it's fair. And in itself, it makes me then kind of, well, it puts people off, doesn't it? It puts people off even bothering to be a controller because of those issues. Or, like you said, they go elsewhere. Right, where are we at? Up here then. So, Iris align your dampers on, ground power's currently connected. Cruise pressure panel with 370, landing altitude at the airport of 250. Hello Dave, welcome. How are you? Hope you're well, it's been a little while. Hope you're keeping well. I think I may have heard you on Heathrow Tower the other week. I'm not sure. May have been. I think we're ready. Let's just check GSX, see what it says. Yeah, prepare for pushback and departure. So, ground equipment's clear, jetty's being removed, and the dispatcher's making its way down underneath the aeroplane to insert the ground pin. Disables ground steering and everything else, and it then allows the tug to push us back as required. Well, we're supposed to be off blocks 22, 20, so that's good.
Okay, to cost back, can you give us the departure again? 7327 for the squawk EG79 Yankee Foxtrot.
EG79 Yankee Foxtrot, I'll just change the clock. Sonic's 1 Yankee departure, squawk 72.
Yeah, let's pause the music for now. So 5,000, 232, 160. Initially, where it says course 232 there, we've tuned the Manchester VOR out to, on a course of 232, just to maintain that extended runway heading, should we get an engine failure, or just maintain heading, and the VOR there could be quite useful for us. Similarly, on nav2, we've got the Wallasey VOR tuned in on a course of 081, which is going to effectively be this magenta line heading out to Wall 33 and Sonics there. In case you're wondering what those are. Oh, APU. I knew I forgot something. About 3 hours, Spawn Gaming.
Request taxi, Janix 86 Whiskey.
Janix 86 Whiskey, taxi ordering point Papa 2 via Lima, Papa.
Papa 2 via Lima and Papa, Janix 86 Whiskey.
I bet being parked across the pond was a really nice little bonus, to be fair, David. Certainly different, that's for sure. waiting for the APU. Then we're going to get rid of the ground power. We're ready for pushback now, so the tug's all connected. We are 5 minutes ahead of schedule.
2542, request taxi, push and start, please.
Channel 2542.
That's good, APU's generating some power.
Push and start approved, facing south, channel 2542.
All that and bleed. We'll leave the packs off for now as well. And then down here, we're going to go chocks removed. It's going to clear the ground power downstairs. And ground, Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo, stand 107, request push start.
Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo, push start approved.
Push start approved, Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo.
Manchester ground, Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey at stand 2.
It's the only one we have as an option because we're in a cul-de-sac. So release parking brakes, we want to make sure we've got anti-collision lights on. And park brakes off. Here we go. So, engine 2 screens down there. Packs are off. Pumps all on as required. APU's on bleed. And ignition mode ground for engine 2. Let's get the engine started.
Osprey 15 Lima, can be that correct?
EGCC Bravo Golf, stand 11, request push and start.
Watching this figure here. Round 20, throw the fuel in. Condition lever to run.
EGCC Bravo Golf, push start approved, face south.
Push and start here, south, EGCC Bravo Golf.
That's a good point actually, takeoff.
Manchester ground, Skyway 706, stand 203 with information kilo.
Need to add these in.
800, requesting IFAR clearance to Innsbruck.
There was that I'd forgotten as well. Happy days. So
Last station call sign only.
that's going to click to continuous now, or off rather, sorry, not continuous once it's started.
Are you able to take the Samba 1 Yankee?
Andrew, no worries at all.
Up for a minute.
Okay, stop it.
Into ground.
Sets.
We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Add the fuel.
Papa 2, channel 86 Whiskey.
Channel 86 Whiskey, so that contact Manchester Tower 118.65, goodbye.
18625, thanks, channel 86 Whiskey.
Little view from the car park.
Manchester ground, Charlotte, channel 86 Whiskey.
Fully ready for the stand 49, please.
2 stations.
Good morning, Automator. This section here for Macco Simulations Manchester could really do with an update because it's, I mean, look at that. You look away, you look back. Very glitchy. Very, very glitchy.
Southwest, Osprey 272.
James 1 and 2.
Skyway 706 Manchester ground.
Check the power outputs.
Go ahead from Skyway 706.
Probe heats can go on. Window heat's already on anyway. ISAT's required. Reset fans and automatic. Isolation valve closed. Pop the engine bleeds on, and then the packs can go automatic. Isolation valve is on automatic.
Cleared by the Samba 1 Yankee departure.
And we'll put the APU off.
859er, then it's filed. Squawk 4725, Skyway 706.
Skyway 706, is that correct?
Flat 5. And we need to make sure we've got our ground charts ready here. Subject 2 X-ray Bravo, request taxi.
Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo, taxi, hold Papa 4 via Zulu Echo Delta Papa.
Taxi hold point Papa 4 by Zulu Echo Delta Papa, Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo. Have a good trip, means we can release the park brakes. Give it a little nudge of the power. We got the Luke Air tool today as well, once again with some very nice TUI safety demonstration stuff. Where is Papa 4? There it is. So it's Delta, the junction between just prior to Lima on the charts there.
315 Lima Whiskey, ready for push and
So
start.
Zulu, Echo, Delta, and then Papa 4 is in the middle of the screen on the charts there. That's our clearance limit. Cannot go beyond that. Okay, let's get the passengers briefed.
EGCC Yankee Fox, ready for good start, stand 6.
EG79 Yankee Foxtrot for start, please face south.
5 grade stairs south, EG79 Yankee Foxtrot.
20 ground, hello, runner 84 Bravo Mike, Airgo Sharp, Box 737-800, information kilo, stand up to approach to Prague. Runner 84 Bravo Mike, Manchester, good afternoon, Kuwait to Prague, Sonic for Yankee departure, squat 4661.
Now, nav. B nav. Auto thrust.
Sonic for Yankee departure, squat 4661, runner 84 Bravo Mike. Ryan 84 Bravo Mike, is that correct?
Oh, they're everywhere, Andrew. It's great. In the crew room, she has an Osprey Airways mug as well.
Skyway 706, 10-203, ready for push and start.
Skyway 706, hold position, traffic to your right. Tomjet 5, I got Charlie, 738, stand 48, looking at Alpha Clearance to Corfu with Kilo, QNH 1011. Tomjet 5,
Presemo, absolutely, yeah, we were just saying that certainly Pier 1 where we are there is a little bit glitchy and quite messy, so it does need a bit of an update, but it still in the main works quite nicely, which is good. Hello, Steve.
5 Echo Charlie, is that correct?
You can find a life jacket either under your seat.
EG85 Bravo Golf, taxi on the flight Foxtrot 1, the Dewey Echo Foxtrot.
And tie it in a double bow.
Nice to see some Osprey out today as well for this.
For more information on the type of life
This is one of our Osprey Airways routes as well, folks, just so you're aware, if those of you who fly for the virtual airline.
be sure to wait until outside the aeroplane.
Bristol to Corfu is another one of those.
If you're travelling with an infant and haven't been given a life jacket yet, let the crew member know now.
GSX 2542, request taxi please.
Taxi 542, taxi November Charlie 1, the November Charlie.
November Charlie 1 via November
That'd be
Charlie,
him.
GSX 2542.
Handheld devices equipped to flight mode. Bigger electronic items like laptops need to be switched
That's it, love a bit of Brizzle.
securely in your hand luggage and placed either under the seat in front of you or in the overhead compartment.
David Epic.
Sometimes things
Easy 85 Bravo Golf, contact Manchester Tower, 118.65.
John Colley, yeah, I do. It's really quite nice. It's a noticeable difference.
use the aeroplane urgently, remember to leave all of your hand luggage behind. We're just about ready for takeoff, so make sure your seatbelt is fastened, your seat is upright, your window blind is up or clear, and your tray table is stowed away. For more information,
Have I flown the Heavy Division 787? Not for a long time.
safety card. And if you're sitting in an exit row, please pay special attention to the exit operation. Thanks for
Channel 2542, continue taxi November Charlie, Echo Delta Papa, hold Papa 4.
Continue taxi November Charlie, Delta Papa, hold Papa 4, GSX 254.
I think with Heavy Division 787, because of the way the files are encrypted, it uses some wizardry, bit of coding trickery to try and
Manchester Ground, Osprey 2472 is ready for taxi.
make it all work and add all those features, which is great. But it'll be interesting to see what happens with this new update coming from a Sobo and working title in June.
Taxi to Hotel 1 via Golf and Hotel for Osprey 2472.
So our clearance limit is the little piece of grass coming up at the moment, just in that kind of centre pillar of the dash, just there. So Papa 4.
Jet to X-ray Bravo, continue taxi Papa, hold Papa 1.
Continue Papa 1, Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, ready for taxi.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, taxi November Charlie, Echo Delta Papa, hold Papa 4.
Taxi November Charlie, Echo Delta
Can't see
Papa,
where he
hold
is.
Papa 4, Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey.
Keep an eye for him though.
Osprey.
He's back there still, the EasyJet. No issues. So Papa 4 here is on the ground, that's where initially we were cleared to.
November Charlie, hold November Charlie 2.
November Charlie, hold November Charlie 2, Osprey.
And now we're getting Papa 4. Papa 1, sorry, which is pretty much near to where the EasyJet stopped there.
X-ray Bravo, contact Manchester Tower 118.625, have a great stream, bud.
Thanks, contact Tower 118625, Tom 2 Extra Bravo. Cheers, Sam. So the north tower will control us for the runway crossing, and as we get to the other side, will hand us over to 11904. Just conscious as to what that EasyJet is doing there. No idea. But we're crossing that just in front of us. Liam, you asked this in Discord, buddy. We said yes already. He's now moving. Don't know what happened there, though. I mean, there's an aeroplane on short finals. Manchester Tower, hello, Tomjet 2 Extra Bravo, holding Papa 1.
Tomjet 2 Extra Bravo, Manchester Tower, Roger, hold Papa 1.
Hold Papa 1, 2 Extra Bravo. Okay, nice one, but I will see you there. Do a quick little recall. And we're going to see an aeroplane land. So at the hold point, we're just going to sit and wait.
Tower, good afternoon, Channel 2542, holding a Papa 2.
There's the windsock, it's always worth finding one and looking at it.
Manchester Tower, very good afternoon. Osprey 2472 with you at holding point Hotel 1.
Osprey 2472, Manchester Tower, Roger, hold Hotel 1. Behind the arriving Slogan ATR 72600 on a 1 mile final at Hotel 1, cross 23.
Oh, it's an ATR.
And once vacated, taxi holding point to Victor 3 by Victor.
After the arriving ATR, cross runway 23 right and to holding point Victor 3 by Victor for Osprey 2472.
Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo behind the arriving Logan Air ATR 72600 on a 1 mile final at Papa 1. Cross 23 right behind, once vacated, taxi Tango 1.
Behind the landing Logan Air ATR, cross runway 23 right and hold Tango 1 for Tomjet 2 Extra Bravo.
Channel 2542, hold Papa 1.
Hold Papa 1, Channel 2542.
Could have easily made the crossing, Mersey says. Yeah, but then you don't know what's going to happen. So this aeroplane has got priority, even if he's on a 3 or 4 mile final. He's landing. Oh wow, look at that. Contrails above. Very swish. Yeah, massive thank you to ground and tower at Manchester, as Mikhail said there. If you are watching, Sam might be watching, pass on our thanks. It's much appreciated. It's nice, you know, it's great to have North and South Tower online as well. Here he comes, the little ATR. I love the fact that we have this aeroplane in Microsoft Flight Simulator now. It's such great fun. There we go. So as David's saying there, if the ATR was cleared to land, which he would have been already because it took us a little while. So he certainly wasn't cleared whilst we were on the frequency, so he would have been cleared beforehand. So we're cleared behind him. Car brakes off, strobe lights on. Let's get across. Captain Graham, welcome aboard. You know, it's so nice to see that is a model in the sim as well.
Follow the Tomjet across T3 right and once vacated, taxi tank 1 via Tango.
Following Tomjet in front, Channel 2542.
The Osprey.
24 Yankee, contact Manchester ground 121.850. Grab 121 Beacon Lake 50, welcome to Yankee.
Is joining us. So, fuel flow.
Jet 2 X-ray Bravo, contact Manchester, Tower 190.4.
Tower 1194, Tom's at 2 X Bravo, thanks to ATC. Just going to wiggle the rudders a little bit here, just to sort out the sim, the way it handles sensitivity. Manchester Tower, good afternoon. Tom's at 2 X-ray Bravo is holding Tango 1 ready for departure, 23 left.
Trumpet to X-ray Bravo, very good afternoon. Behind the VA40, he's performing a low approach now. You can line up 23 left behind.
Behind the DA40 on a low approach, line up and wait, 23 left behind, Tom Jet 2 Extra Bravo.
Manchester Tower, Papa Alpha Juliet 223 is short finals, runway 23 left.
Papa Alpha Juliet 223, you cleared low approach, runway 23 left, substance 190.6 knots.
Services 190 6 knots, clear for the low approach, runway 23 left, Papa Alpha Juliet 223.
Easy 259.
It's so random. Taxi, let's flick the bar.
It's 259 wrong frequency, you need to be on the North Tower 118.625.
Where is he? There he is.
Manchester Tower, good afternoon, Channings 2542, holding on Tango.
Channings 2542, roger, hold position.
Fantastic. Somebody's just given us a little flyby. Love it.
Holding at Victor 3.
Okay, so that's all good, that's all set. Traffic mode is now active, LNAV, VNAV armed, auto thrust on. That's all cleared, and we've got no warnings. Just to make sure, I'm double checking stuff because we were getting a little distracted by the little flyby there. Yeah, packs are all on. So bottom left again, you can see my control sensitivities. And this displaced threshold with the arrows.
Juliet 223, it'll be a full stop runway 23 right.
Means that we will be able
full
to.
stop runway 23 right then, Papa Alpha Juliet 223.
Yeah, means that we'll be able to take off from this point onwards. We can't land on this section of the runway though. We have to land beyond the threshold. But this section of the runway is approved for the beginning of a takeoff roll. If there were some crosses here, then
traffic information is a DA40
we wouldn't be able to.
Left crosswind now. Your surface wind's 190.6 knots, runway 23 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway 23 left, clear for takeoff, and copy the traffic, Tom Jet 2 Extra Bravo.
Papa Alpha Juliet 223, traffic information, EasyJet Airbus A320 near on a 4-mile final.
Ding ding.
Report vision.
40%.
Visual on the
stick forwards. Engine's good. Toga.
Final, Papa Alpha Juliet 223.
Let's go to Corfu.
Report final, runway 23 right. Number 2 to the EasyJet, caution weight turbulence, recommended distance is 5
What's that?
miles.
Caution weight turbulence, recommended distance is 5 miles, and number 2 after the EasyJet, Papa Alpha Juliet 223.
Channings 2542, good afternoon, by Tango 1, line at runway 23
Up the
left.
runway.
Line up runway 23 left, Channings 2542.
Osprey 2472, taxi and hold Tango 1, please.
Positive rate of climb. Hold Tango 1.
You're up.
2472.
Bring that range ring in a little bit here. Just gonna still hand flying this for a moment. You can see the variable winds. Just managing that with small control inputs, following the flight directives.
Nothing further, unfortunately. You're going to come now 122, just like good afternoon.
Unicom 1228, Tom Jet 2 Extra Bravo. Thanks to ATC, appreciated.
Take care, bye.
So still pitching down and beginning the right turn. We can look right slightly, power lever off, gear lever off, auto brake off. Up here, runway turn off lights off, engine control start switches to off, and still hand flying. Bit of multitasking involved here, doing 2 pilot job. Through flaps 1, let's bring that up. In fact, let's continue all the way to flaps up. Yeah, power lever off. That's a completely different style of stream. And flaps up. CMDA engage. Let the autopilot take over now. And gear, sorry, the flaps are up, no lights. Back down here now, we can do 122.8. And climbing away. In fact, what we can do at this point is continue with the FCP, set that to 370. Oops, too far. 370. And the VNAV's great in this, so it's actually going to now have us level off. There we are. At about 5,000, which is the altitude top for the SID. So we'll respect that today, just to sort of show and remind ourselves how good the VNAV is in the 737. What's on my wish list to fix or add stuff for MSFS? I want an A350, a high-fidelity A350. 757 as well, although I know Bluebird Simulations are making one. It's a tough question though, because there is so much I already enjoy. And I'm actually quite, fairly content with what we've already got so far. I'd like to see more improvements to the ATR. Native share cockpit could be interesting, actually. David's suggestion there. There we go. Little ultra graphics departure. If you enjoyed today's stream, make sure you hit the like button as well. Give us a little thumbs up. It helps YouTube spread the word. I don't think there's much progress with the A380 realistically, Ashton. I think it's made to look like it's progressing quicker than it is, perhaps. I don't know. Jeff's looking for the old school jets, looking for the retro jets like the tri-jets. He wants a 727, that would be quite cool as well. I'd love a proper 747 400. That would be a big one for me. Some old school British Airways ops in the Queen of the Skies. I would love to see that. So I think that's probably one of my main ones. A350 more for the modern, and the 757 is a must for me. 757-200 specifically with RB211 turbofans. The only engine choice for the Boeing 757. The only good engine choice, dare I say. David, I'm not sure. I've had it suggested that they're looking at the Dash 8, but I'd love it to be the 400, to be honest. That would make me very happy. Alright, let's bust the constraints and continue climb. So pressing it twice to clear the 2 constraints at Wallasey 33 DME and Sonics. We need to keep that heading bug aligned as well. Through transition, standard pressure. Docksay Manchester is the 3rd busiest airport on VATSIM at the moment. Sorry about that, folks. Very important call. Got to take the dog to the vets next week for some x-rays. He might have something for like myelopathy or something similar to that, which is a German Shepherd's degenerative disease, potentially. So he's got to go for scans, blood tests, and all that sort of stuff next week. Fun continues. The stress continues, I should say. Poor little boy. Mersey Blues are flying over the house right now. Mike says, silly Boeing question, when would you use level change as opposed to alt intervention? I always use your level change, but maybe I've been using it wrong. If it works for you, that's fine. I tend to, in the climb out in a SID, you have those altitude constraints. So what I would do is press the altitude intervention because it's telling the VNAV that you want to bypass the constraints altitude at that point and then continue climb to whatever else you have set. Gatwick's the 6th busiest at the moment. Nice. It's crazy that VATSIM seems quite busy all of a sudden because realistically there isn't, it's a Friday. Let's have a look at Volanta. See how busy the network is. Yeah, so there's this convenient channel of nothing, no ATC at the moment. So we've got controllers to the south, controllers to the north now. None in this little middling point here, which is ironically where we're flying through at the moment. 6 screenshots, eh? Oh, that actually are 6 screenshots for me to upload. Jolly good. Frankfurt's looking busy down there actually, yeah, that does look quite busy. Munchen's got Tower, Saarbrücken, Stuttgart. Loki's doing his daily hello to you all. Good old Volanta. Screenshot upload failed. It's going to probably fail all of them. Mikhail's already over EZ459. He's over the channel already. My goodness. Athena radar. Good. They're great controllers. Gary, he's 8 in September. He's got 2 bionic hips and he's been through a lot, bless him. Hello Matt, welcome. You even one at a time, Doc, it tends to fail. Eventually, by the time we get there, it will be fine. Like that, we'll have managed to upload most, if not all of them, so it'll all be good. It'll work out in the end. Will I be flying the BA146 or the DC6 anytime soon, Andrew? Probably the BA146, yeah. I'm tempted to get UK 2000's London City and try that. But I know the developer's not particularly easy to contact. Brian, yeah, Orbex are upgrading London City, but they're doing this frustrating thing of charging a nominal fee, which is a little bit similar to what MK Studios have done. But I mean, it's slightly different in nature, of course, though. But I find that London City, I find a very frustrating airport. More so because you look at Orbex have sat on it. They've sat on their hands with London City for about 2 years now, and all of a sudden now they've redeveloped a new one because UK 2000 conveniently also announced that they're releasing a London City airport scenery which is accurately made without the non-existent taxiway in the current Orbex version. So I find myself torn. Part of me thinks I don't want to even give them the £5 to upgrade. I would rather spend 3 times more buying the UK 2000 scenery. We're in a bit of an interesting phase within Flight Sim, I fear. And we've discussed it at length on the sim as well, before on previous live streams, and also in Discord too. And a few of us have kind of had this discussion, and a little bit, you know, there's been a fair agreement as well, in a sense. Not always, but it seems to me that the sim community at the moment, at least for Microsoft Flight Simulator, developers are rubbing their hands, and all they can do is see dollar signs. Some developers, not all. All they can see is dollar signs, dollar bills, y'all, and MK Studios is a prime example of that, where they're just taking, frankly, the piss on the community, requesting, basically saying to us, oh yeah, your version 1 doesn't work anymore because it crashes to desktop, the Dublin, but how about pay a discounted rate, pay for £13, pay £13 again, which is the same price pretty much that you paid for version 1's Dublin, to then get a working version 2. And you get an extra runway, by the way. How great. And yeah, you then get an accurate working Dublin, but you shouldn't have to play twice over, because if you think about it, you've then paid almost £30, which is what, $45 for one airport scenery. And I think it's on us to kind of resist it, vote with our feet, make sure our voices are heard, and all that sort of thing. For example, those of you in the UK, I was plugging away looking around at the Consumer Rights Act 2015. If you have very recently purchased Dublin version 1 from MK Studios, say over the last couple of months prior to the release of version 2, you may be able to get a refund for that. In which case you can begin to squeeze MK Studios and take that money back off them to then buy their version 2 at effectively no extra price, because you'd have had it refunded to you. You've then used the funds back again. So the Consumer Rights Act 2015 for those of you in the UK. I tried to request a refund for my Dublin version 1 from Orbex. They understandably said no, because I'd owned the product for around 2 years. And even though it hadn't worked for around a year, I think Sim Update 5 is when it broke and it began to crash to desktop for everybody. They basically said they can't really offer a refund because of it, because of the length of time that's passed, which I get. And I wouldn't want Orbex to have to foot the bill for MK Studios' morally distasteful business model that they seem to be employing. And it puts me off as well, and indeed some others, puts us off MK Studios scenery full stop, in a way. They've just released Philadelphia, for example, which would be good. You know, it looks really nice, but in 6 months' time, will it stop working? And in 8 months' time, will we have to buy Philadelphia version 2 to make it work again? Do you see where we're going with this? And I think that's where we're in a bit of a dangerous territory here in MSFS. Developers know the sheer amount of money sloshing around in this sim, the amount of people buying add-ons, the amount of money being spent on add-ons, whether it be scenery, aircraft, all sorts of widgets and add-ons and other things. So Arto, it's because of what we've just explained, what I've just kind of explained, and my thoughts at least. We'll never know the true reason, except for maybe greed. But it's effectively because they can see the amount of money that is available to be made inside the MSFS community. So they're effectively holding, so MK Studios are holding us to ransom for Dublin, because to make it work again, we've got to buy it again at almost the full price still, which is disgraceful. And that, to me, that's why I've still not flown to the new Dublin, because I refuse to buy it. I'm not paying for it. I paid for Dublin version 1. I don't get everything for free. I paid for version 1 and I've had no value for money from it whatsoever. It doesn't work and it's been uninstalled since Sim Update 5. So why would I then spend the money again on version 2? Because in about a year and a half, is version 3 going to appear for an extra £10? Where do they stop? It's up to us to make it stop. Badger says he's got Thunder in Southport at the moment. Yeah, Adam, I mean, I got a little bit of flack from it on one of the Discord servers the other week. It's I don't mind being vocal. I have to be very careful. I don't want to upset developers and all that sort of stuff. But I'm more than happy to say what I feel, what I fear and what I feel, for the benefit of everybody. Spawn Gaming, for flight sim, Boeing is just much better, more hands-on, much more immersive. Keeps you a little bit busier as well. Exactly. Yeah, and you look at sceneries and they say, for example, priced. Oh, here's a prime example actually. So MK Studios Dublin, £13 at the discounted rate to upgrade from version 1 to version 2. If we round that, I don't know, we can say maybe 1,000 people end up buying the upgrade. They've made £13,000 on an update that they could have done for free, or even for a £5. Even at £5, the Orbex LCY, if they sell 1,000 of those upgrades, they've made £5,000. So I try and think of these things from a wider community point of view. I'm spending £13, but when I multiply that by 1,000 or even 10,000, you can see how much money MK Studios are making off all of us. You know, the sim is expensive enough. Spuds, yeah, you make a good point. You can't knock people for making money though. Absolutely not, and that's not what we're doing. It's more of the fact that they're kind of holding us to ransom because we bought a product. This is still the MK Studios Dublin. We bought a product which hasn't worked for a long time. They've made zero effort to fix it or make it work, and then their excuse is, oh, just buy version 2, you get a discount. But it's not really a discount, it's still £13-ish. That's a lot of money. Effectively, it makes one scenery become about 30 quid. I just don't think that's right. And if they're going to do that, then they need to offer the scenery initially at a cheaper rate for five quid. And then version 2 can be 5 quid. So then you're still only spending, you're not being mugged off so much. Mitchell says, how do you learn all of the information on this aeroplane? Lots of practice, lots of mistakes. Yeah, just working hard to try and learn it all. Yeah, that's another point as well. David's saying there that, to be honest, developers should factor in ongoing support into the price that they set for a product, to ensure then, I suppose, on that point, that you would receive future updates for free, or make it clear at purchase that it won't be updated after release. You go onto the MK Studios website, you look at Dublin version 1, it now shows discontinued. So it shows that they've got no intention on fixing it for people. It's a bit of a shame. Ashton, let's hope. That'd be great, won't it? Athens radar are fantastic. Very, very good, highly skilled developers. So do you never check the Discord live stream section? The route is literally there. Tony F saying all our updates at Fly Inside will be free forever. That's epic. What does Fly Inside make? I don't think I've ever heard of them before. Adam, yeah. Although they make it for free, but it's also sponsored in a way by the community, because they get a fabulous amount of donations sent to them. Flybawire. When I left their project a little while ago, they had quite a decent sum of money in the bank for the Flybawire accounts, which then allow them to maintain the servers, run the installers and all that sort of stuff, the websites, ongoing support. If there's anything that they need to kind of buy to make something better inside software, then the money can go. So it's this ever increasing kind of chain reaction of good work, from effectively beginning from the community and staying with the community with Flybawire. We injected VR first into FSX, Tony F says. Wow. And they Fly Inside make the Bell 47 and the 206. I don't think I've ever heard of Fly Inside. Fly Inside Bell 206. Fly Inside Bell 206 helicopter for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I had no idea. I released, was it January? Pilot Peely, welcome buddy. Thanks for joining us as a bronze frequent flyer, much appreciated. You've got direct to Conan. I am confused. Oh yeah, you've gone south. I love it though. You're sending an Osprey through London Centre. Represent. Raving Panda Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, he's out and away. Ashley Easy 79 Yankee Foxtrot. Ian Osprey 2472, ourselves. Ahead of us Easy 35 Bravo Golf. And then right up ahead of us, Badger 2E919 and Mikkel Easy 459. Oh, and Tom Jet 5 Echo Charlie's also taking the south route. I think that was the generic one that Simbrief created. Oliver, nice. Adam, none yet, touchwood. Hopefully none for a while. I'm using the NVIDIA graphics driver that's that was released around the very end of February though still, so it seems pretty good, pretty stable for me. And I daren't update the graphics driver until I know for certain from other people that it was all fine. And we're at cruise, max 7.9, settling in. Anito in 24 miles, so we'll do a little fuel check at that point. Just got to try and find the waypoint. Enito, 9.4 tons of fuel is what we're meant to have. Wrap good. Let's hope not, Ian. Let's hope not. You're on the very latest driver, aren't you? Yeah. David as well said earlier on that he's been using it and it's all pretty stable so far. At least it seems. Living on a player. No, I totally agree. At the beginning, when what the heck? Oh. In the beginning, once when we initially actually got this aeroplane and started trying to learn it, I felt well out of my depth. I really, really did. And I thought to myself, my God, what have I done? This is so complex. But it's so nice. I've got a lot of time for it. For me, at the moment, it seems the perfect simulation. It's just what I want, what I need in the sim. Rabs on 53168 seems pretty stable. That's good to know. Adam says he's been recently having loads, but have pinned it down to FS Realistic. Taken that out and not had one since. I've stopped using FS Realistic for quite some time now because I've found it woefully unrealistic, bizarrely. Aerosoft's North Sea packs. We've got oil rigs down below, look. We might have tankers and things down below. Try and spot them. There we are. So lots of tankers through the haze of the engines. Look at that. Never had that level of detail from 37,000 feet on my old PC. You can actually see the... Oh, there he goes. He got shy. He realised it was on stream. What have we got here? Well, let's see what else we've got. Oh, Mikhail, nice. What time is this ETA? I use add-on linker Pilot Peely, predominantly add-on linker. With the new PC though, I've ended up just leaving everything turned on. Such a great livery. Next week, once the ATR gets updated, we're going to be throwing ourselves back into that to go and explore what it has to offer. See how the VNAV has been improved, for example. We'll put it through its paces with some island hops somewhere. Might even do a bit of New Zealand hopping. More ships. What I do like the Aerosoft North Sea pack. You get all of these little oil rigs and things dotted around. You get the ships in the channel, wind farms as well. Look, I think that's really nice because it's giving the North Sea a little bit of life down below, which otherwise it would have just been blank and blue. Oh, good morning, Alberto. Welcome. Andrew checked out Corfu on his computer. Wow, it looks like Thailand with the clear blue waters and the nice beaches. I'm sure you're trying to sell us beach holidays, Luke. The recent flights have been epic. That's good to hear. Spawn Gaming, it's a Valanta overlay. See, I'm the other way, Rab. I find the private jets insanely boring. It doesn't help that they're very small. I like big tube liners, big airliners for me. The bigger the better. Although I said that, but then the 737-800 is the perfect one for me, at least for now. Ian, is that Manchester to Corfu? It's expensive, isn't it? Dicky Drift, give me that 767-300 then, or the PMDG 777. Give me that. Belly 9.2. We're crossing that at 9.3 tons. That's good. Being very careful to make sure that we're monitoring our fuel. We've got a long journey today, so crikey. Andrew there saying it's a true story, but in 2008 he based a holiday of flight simulation at the time. He flew around Kelowna, Golden and Banff in the mountain regions in Canada on a mountain bike holiday. That's quite cool. Liam, I fly the 900 a fair bit, probably a little bit similar in the amount of flights, at least more recently, to this 737-800. A lot of the recent flights have been in the 739. Absolutely, yeah, the 777 is going to be absolutely wonderful, isn't it? Really looking forward to that. Lots of people looking forward to that. Clipper says he finally experienced the dreaded graphics processor error this past weekend. It took him, as an IT professional, hours of digging through forums just to find out it was the damn DirectX 12 version. That's weird. So when you say it's the DirectX 12 version, what did you find? Because I'm running the DirectX 12 beta at the moment. Oh, so you switch back to DirectX 11. That's strange. I hope I don't have that problem anytime soon then, because I've been enjoying DirectX 12 with the new rig. I'm using it to run frame generation and all that. But maybe it's hardware specific. Oh, there you go. DirectX 12 4090 only. Interesting. Yeah, check your FSU IPC7. That has been known previously to cause crash to desktops as well. They tend to release fixes and patches for it very quickly as well, though. Lots of oil rigs down there. Contrails of an aeroplane behind. We're over there, looking to be flying in a similar direction actually. And that is a huge front. Oh, look at that. There's another aeroplane there. They're actually on opposing paths, look. We're going to watch this. So that is... Okay, so the one on the wingtip is KLM53. He's doing... That's bizarre. He's doing Gatwick to Berlin-Brandenburg. And then the one on the left is Scandinavian 505, Copenhagen to Heathrow. Speedbird 280 is down there somewhere. Although he'll be in the cloud now. Can't quite see him. Andrew says he flew in the sim, then booked transport and hotels in the areas I wanted to go from areas that I'd gone in the sim, used trains, buses, flights and bicycle to move between the different binding areas. That's pretty cool. I was conscious to see what we would end up getting actually, Andy, to be fair. It would have been interesting. Look at that thick sheet of cloud cover now though. Cloud's looking pretty fantastic. Yeah, May the 20th, I've got my SOP booked for that. It's a huge real ops day at Copenhagen on the VATSIM network. So they're doing a 24-hour ops day on the 20th of May, starting early hours of the morning and running through the real world schedule at Copenhagen Airport. FlyTampa makes a wonderful MSFS scenery for that. And we've got our slot booked, so we're going to be flying out of Copenhagen to London Gatwick. Norwegian Air Shuttle Boeing 737-800 flight. So that's the 20th of May for that live stream. It's going to be quite good. And it's all based on real world routes, real world call signs and aircraft. So the slots are specific to the call sign, the route and the aircraft type. The idea there is that we have the most realistic event on VATSIM ever. After a break of about 3 or 4 years since they had that actually. Living on a Player had his first game freeze in ages last night. Had to Control Alt Delete to get out of it. Ended up deleting my Nvidia shader cache. Apparently that's a thing when you update drivers. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. As Adam's saying there though, he does. Every time he does an update, it deletes all the cache, including the Nvidia cache. I don't know how to do that, to be fair. David, buy it from the PMDG website, pmdg.com/MSFS. I think it's in the description. It is. The link for it is in the description for today's live stream. So you could just click more on the live stream description. You'll see a link to the PMDG website, David, to take you straight to their product page for MSFS products. Samuel, no. only what we had at Manchester. It seems to be Unicom all the way until hopefully Athens stay online for us. Light Shadow earlier on saying the 777 was his favourite aircraft on P3D. I feel like it's going to become very quickly my favourite in MSFS when it releases as well. Rab was saying as well, when the sim first released, he was out flying the Icon A5 around his cycle routes at home. It was a lot of fun. What a random thing to do. To be fair, the first thing I did is fly over my house, because we all knew that was the thing. I would assume the 777-200, 200ER, but it might be the 300 as well, and a 300ER. Who knows? Might be all of them. We'll have to wait. It won't be the 777X. That's not even it's not even an airliner yet properly, not officially. That'll be years away. Samuel, yeah. So it's a worldwide slot thing. So flights out to Bangkok, out to and in from the States as well. That'd be cool, Andrew, wouldn't it? It could still be made for the sim, Liam. It's the sort of stuff Captain Sim would do. Captain Sim. Bearing in mind it's an aircraft that's still in development and testing and manufacturing. You have to make it to the FCOM. It needs to handle and feel correct. Systems need to work correct. In fact, you need experienced pilots who can advise and help the developers. They don't exist at the moment. You then need all of the data from the General Electric engines that power the 777X to ensure that you get the power plant right with the coding in the sim to behave how it's meant to. So, yeah, it's not anything that's going to come anytime soon, that's for sure. I'm hoping, Samuel, with that event that we get ATC all the way. It should be a good one. Departing Copenhagen, heading to Gatwick. It's a busy bit of airspace for VATSIM, isn't it? So I'm hoping that we will get that sort of thing. A little bit of coverage. Certainly, at least I would expect some ATC at Gatwick. There usually is some. Got an aeroplane level with us apparently in the vicinity. Can't see him. That'll be him there on TCAS. I haven't, Andrew, to be fair. I don't do many Canadian hops, and I should do, because it's a nice part of the world. Adam, they've said themselves that they are making a 737 MAX. So there is a 737 MAX coming from PMDG.
Lining up and departing runway 79.
That'll go well, Liam, won't it? You can't cross-train pilots between A320 and A350, so pilots will get trained on a type of similar nature. So the A319, 20 and 21 and the Neo variants, they can be trained on those, but they can't then be trained jointly onto the A330 or the A350 or that sort of thing. So you'll tend to get pilots. So A330 and A340 were a cross type, The A350 is not. Shuts, have we had any more news on the Aerosoft A330 release? I don't think we have. I think the last estimates were maybe around June, July time, but these are kind of guesses from people watching what is happening in the forums, getting the updates, and kind of processing an estimate, or a guesstimate rather, probably a better way to say it, a guesstimate for when it may be released. It is in beta, which is good. It does mean that it's you know, it's closing in on us, but I wouldn't say it's on final approach yet. Who knows? But preview release wise, I don't know. I hope so. I would love to give you guys some content with the A330. It's a very exciting aeroplane to have in the sim. So I'm hoping that Mathis or somebody from Aerosoft decide that I could be of use. Adam, I had a 2070 Super, so for me the upgrade was huge, but it's justifiable. That if you've got a 3080, I wouldn't upgrade to the 4090 yet.
I'm passing 2200.
That's the ones, Arto. 757 and 767. Those pilots were type certified for both. Yeah, I'd love to give the A330 a go. It certainly needs to get some Osprey attention as well, so we need to get some liveries created for it. So when that Aerosoft A330 does arrive, we'll fire a couple into the fleet with some liveries when we can. Yeah, as Rab's saying there, I mean, for me, my new computer, Adam, it's an entire new computer. So DDR5 RAM, the latest CPUs, the new GPU as well, slightly newer NVMe PCIe SSDs as well. I think if it was, if it was in a line similar to that of the CRJ, Adam, it'd be quite nice. Certainly, if it was a little bit better, or even near to PMDG standards, it's going to be quite impressive. It would be interesting to see what happens though when Aerosoft released their A330. What is going to happen to the headwind? Freeware A330-900. I know that's a Neo, it's a slightly different variant, but it'll be interesting to see if a lot of people kind of drop off the use of that because they've got their itch that could be scratched via an Aerosoft A330 instead, which should in theory create or have more customizable systems. I'll try to, Alberto, I'll try. Would we be getting more long-haul destinations when the long haulers start getting released, Samuel says. Yes, probably so. Probably would be the case. We've had, what you may have noticed, those of you who fly for Osprey, over the last week and a bit, you may have noticed a lot of the routes begin to disappear for the schedule system. And that's because, unfortunately, people aren't using the schedule system properly. So, there are too many people choosing to fly away from the base airport, say Manchester, and not fly back in schedule mode. Whether they fly the aircraft back the next day, or if you're going to fly, you notice an aircraft en route that needs to be flown back, so then you take that flight instead of anywhere else to get the aircraft back home. That isn't happening. So what we found is over the last couple of weeks we've kind of bled the fleet all over the world away from base, and very rarely they get moved back, they get flown back. So it's caused all sorts of problems with the schedule system. The way New Sky is configured, there's an element of financial stuff behind the virtual airline as well, virtually. So every route, every aircraft, every airport costs a daily fee, and we found a number of routes have not even been flown once in 30 days. So we've binned a load of them. Basically figured that if you want to fly somewhere other than a scheduled service, you can use the free flight mode instead. And that way it doesn't affect the way the aircraft are positioned around the world. Incorrect, Liam. Most routes have got all of the airlines of a similar size and type all available to be used within it. Some of the very small domestic hops, no, because it's inefficient. So you end up making a loss even if you're full on some of the routes. Therefore, the bigger airliners won't be on those routes with the schedule system. Exactly, Flying Panda. You then only incur expenses for that specific flight. Yeah, Matthew. That is appreciated. It is appreciated that. Sadly, that needs to happen across the airline. We've got 302 pilots on Osprey Airways, and there's a very small number of people that actually do what Matthew and Badger are doing, where they are flying aircraft back to base to then allow the schedule system to be released for future flights. So if the Boeing 737-900 gets flown out of Manchester to, say, Corfu in scheduling, it gets stuck in Corfu until somebody flies it back from Corfu back to Manchester. Otherwise it just gets stuck in Corfu. What we found is that aeroplane will be stuck in Corfu, but someone else will then go, well, I don't want to fly back, I want to fly out of Manchester, so I'll book Manchester to Corfu in a 737-800, and then there's two aircraft stuck in Corfu. You get the idea. If you're flying in free flight though, so today I'm flying in free flight mode for this schedule system, for the new Skyflight today. So I'm using free flight instead of schedule, and that means that the aeroplane that I'm flying out for the airline doesn't stay there. It will automatically revert back to base, which is easier. Cythera, hello, welcome, very good, thank you. Thanks for asking, I hope you're well. Night Shadow, not really, to be honest. David, no worries. Delta Tango, how do I join? Just go to the Osprey Airways section of the website, britishavgeek.com, and it should give you all the information there. Paul, hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Tibbon coming up, so we'll do another little fuel check. That's a first for me, Adam. I've never heard that before. Adam read recently that uploading the FS 2020 flight plan from SimBrief into the sim helps with more accurate weather at the destination and in flight too, like with Active Sky previously. I've not heard of that one. Interesting though. If that is true, that's quite smart. Though it's a feature I never use, never ever use. So unfortunately, I'll never see the kind of benefit of that my side. Tibbon in 30 miles. It wants 8.4 tons of fuel on TCAS. Oh look, he's coming right across us. Here he comes. Andrew, yeah, free flight mode still generates a report, still generates revenue for the airline, a score as well. Same as schedule, it just doesn't physically move the aircraft, and it tends to mean that you earn 20% less on a free flight than you do on a scheduled service. Oh, look at that for a flyby. Hello. That's an epic screenshot. Oh wow. 1,000 feet above. That was cool. I've got a screenshot of that. That guy will be absolutely oblivious. He was Norwegian 5513 off to Barcelona, I believe. Crikey, look at that crosswind. Come on, upload. Hello Gav, welcome. Yeah, David, actually, I remember that then, but that was great. Andy, nice. Taking an A320neo on the Osprey Commonwealth Tour. It's a huge tour, good luck. Very good, yeah, massive good luck to you. It's 50 something legs spanning the entire globe for the ultimate Commonwealth Tour. But it will take you to remote places, places you might not have otherwise have ever ventured towards, which is quite nice. Oh, Zato, that's not good. What are you were you on X-Plane again, Zato? What? None yet, David, sadly, no, none yet. Oh, I swear every week you seem to be getting a crash to desktop. 737 Max mod for the Zebo, that's a shame. Flying Panther says that's a really good tour. It's helping me a lot in trying to get all of the Volanta countries ticked off. I'd not thought that actually, that's quite smart. Rab's zooming along, he's passing Munich already. My god. Matthew, there you go. Zartus says the new beta for New Sky is a flight recovery system for X-Plane. How are you finding the tour so far, Andy? Is it quite nice scenery wise? Took a long time to configure that. I'll show you that chap who we had to fly past with a moment ago. So that's the screenshot I managed to get. You can actually see the livery. That's all I was able to catch. Thank God we were live streaming it. At the moment, we're not even over Frankfurt yet. Rab's already over Munich. Jeez. Zoom, zoom. Sam, have a good one. Scott, good. Nice to hear. And Andy, yeah, only doing max 7.9. Cost index of 30 today. Centre tanks are nearing empty. So when they are almost empty, we'll get that master caution fuel again. And Teska do another fuel check there. As we enter the Rhine UIR. 7.9 tonnes estimated on board for Teska. 23 miles. So if we cross that, we might be able to extend up to Mach 80 a little bit, push the speed up a tad, and try and maybe shave a couple of minutes off the flight, watching that fuel balance out as we go. Sato, have a good one, buddy. Absolutely, Andy. Now, especially with the world update, that little section is going to be quite nice, I think. Andy says, has anyone tried the C160? What's that? I'll have to Google what that is. C160? C160 aircraft. Oh. In MSFS, I didn't know there was one. I can't imagine that being any good. Can anyone else confirm or deny? Can't be any worse than Captain Crap's C130, of course, with no cockpit at all. Absolute scamsters. Ian says he saw a review on it, looked a bit average. I think you'd be quite limited as to what you could do with it as well. I don't know if it would have enough detail for something like VATSIM. Who knows? I didn't even know it existed though, to be fair, until you'd asked the question, so thanks for asking, Andy. David, welcome on board, thanks for subscribing. Great to have you on board. Right, so we're 0.2 tons over our fuel. Mostly the Xbox community, David, or the younger folk who won't necessarily question how bad that stuff is. Let's ramp her up, Mach 80, see what happens to the fuel difference here. Oh, epic, Mikkel. Add rear radar online. Great bunch of people as well. Covering a big area. We're a little way away from them though, so we're still on Unicom for a little while. Yeah, that's it. Cythera saying mostly the new flight simmers, the ones just getting into the hobby, maybe a lot younger as well, or they're on Xbox, they don't know the difference because they're used to things like Grand Theft Auto, that kind of thing. So, predominantly at least, not everybody. Gav there saying that he's on Xbox and happily just waiting for the PMDG 737s. Appreciate it, Andrew, appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far as well. Great to see 60 likes so far during today's live stream. About a third of the way there to Corfu. It's been a long time since we headed over to Corfu as well, actually. A number of months that have passed since, maybe even a year since we visited. I think the last time we flew into Corfu was around the release of FlyTampa's scenery. And we figured this would be a good test for the new RTX4090 and the new CPU and the new RAM because it struggled on my old system performance wise. Yeah, that's the one, Mike, the C130. David Loxley, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, if only they could block it, Cythera. Like, create some sort of code that would block specifically Captain Sim stuff. David, yeah, you know what? I just had a tweet from Just Flight. Just Flight saying our Piper fleet of aircraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator are at long last available for Xbox users of Microsoft Flight Simulator. And then on their Twitter feed, at Just Flight, they've added a short video featuring the Arrow, the Turbo Arrow and the Warrior, all available from the Microsoft Flight Simulator Marketplace now for those of you on Xbox who want a nice general aviation aircraft. Oliver says, are you looking forward to the Aerosoft A330? 100%. 100%. How are we doing? 0.07 now, closing in on an empty centre tank. Robson, welcome. Delta Tango, good morning to you in the Midwest. Beautiful sunny day for you there, nice. It's absolutely chucking it down here. Might be time for another coffee shortly. Rushing around today and prior to today's stream, had to sort a few things out. Those of you know, Mrs. had a crash 2 days ago. Car's a little bit broken. Work and everything like that as well, so that she's still got going on. So she's got to get to work and back with a broken car. Had to go to Lidl and do a little shop as well, and water the dog, and all that sort of stuff. But what I found, those of you who know I love Roku gin, right? I thought I'd poke my head down to the gin aisle, the little gin section in Lidl, to see what they've got. I'm curious. I know they had Hortus gin, which I've tried before, which is quite nice. But Roku, fantastic, beautiful Suntory made Japanese gin with elements of cherry blossom, sakura,
big
yuzu,
fan of yours. Is it worth still playing FSX?
and a few others. And they've got a cherry blossom gin there for £16, so I bought it to try it out. Very excited. It's in the fridge chilling for tonight. United One Super, thank you, buddy, for the super chat. Great to hear you enjoy the content. Is it worth still playing Flight Sim X? Good question. It depends what you want out of your own sim experience, but also what your spec is like. But I think FSX is kind of by the by now. It's bitten the bullet. Depends on your system spec really, and your budget, and whether or not you could flex and go into the world of Microsoft Flight Simulator, because this sim now, where it is at, it's quite remarkable to think. I said it a little while ago as well. Somebody asked something similar. August 2020, when the sim first released, you look to where the sim has come to what it is now, and on 4K on my screen, it's just spectacular. I wouldn't want to fly any other sim. I've got no interest. Yeah, just absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. It's great. The aircraft now are starting to really come into their own. The add-ons are accelerating with the level of quality and detail that we're getting in some of these airport sceneries now. Look at Pyre Devco's East Midlands Airport teasers that he's sharing with us on Twitter and Facebook and things. Just mind-blowing levels of detail that I don't think anybody could ever have imagined in a flight sim. Yeah, and we're sport for choice. United 1 Super, fair enough. I think if you were looking to build a PC, I would be trying to stretch and spec your PC specific to run MSFS if you can. It would be worth it. London Dry Gin, James, is very nice. Tanqueray, Gordon's, all that sort of thing. London Dry is a specific way in which it's made, distilled. Cherry Blossom Gin or Sakura Gin, like Roku, it's infused with cherry blossom and a few other things as well. Roku is my ultimate favourite. It is my favourite gin. It's beautiful, so nice. You don't need to pair it with anything when any mixes, except for a clear, good quality tonic. Fair enough, United. Is that the best spec that you can kind of sort of set up for yourself when you're building a PC? And if you're happy, if you're in our Discord server, United 1 Super, and you're happy to share your budget, we could try and help spec a computer for you, if you wish. Yeah, it's a big difference actually in price to the UK, David. It's a lot cheaper for you in the States. Wow, $30 US. Definitely give it a go. It is lovely. If you like gin, it's going to blow your mind. Alberto says, worst hangover ever was with gin, can't even smell the stuff. Scott, welcome aboard. Thanks for joining us as a channel member. Great to have you with us. David's still got his 1080 Ti from years back. Still surprised how well it runs considering how the sim looks. Night Shadow saying, how does the cherry blossom gin taste? It's very subtle. Very, very subtle notes of, well, yeah, cherry sort of floral notes. It's worth a try. I'd always only purchased like Gordon's gin or Tanqueray if I was treating myself, that sort of thing. But I've ended up going for Roku instead. You know, I love Japan. One of my favourite places in the world to visit, explore, adventure around. Fell in love with the place actually. Japan, a really wonderful country, beautiful people, incredible culture. Try Mergin if you can find it, David says. I'll Google it, see if we can go, if we can find out what that is. I had Mermaid Gin the other day that Hazza, one of our channel members, recommended. It's a gin created in the Isle of Man, and it came in the most stunning bottle, and I got a free canvas bag as well. Which completely pointless, but very nice. Really nice gin. Not quite Roku though. Yeah, still haven't been to Chile yet, Alberto. It is on the list. Absolutely on the list. Oriental spiced, Gab says. not tried that one. In fact, I've tried. Is it Ophir? Ophir? I've tried that before. Paul, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. It did, and it came out of the sink, out directly through the plug hole, out the water. Andy. Gin Mare? Is it? It might be. Is it Mare Gin? Yeah, Gin Mare. I think it says. Mediterranean gin. Arbequina, olives, thyme, and rosemary, along with a couple of other botanicals from around the Mediterranean. 40 quid. Woo! Maybe not. That's a lot of money on 70 centilitres of liquid. I think if you, depending on your spec at the moment, United One Super, if you're holding FSX and you're happy with the PC that you've got at the moment working nicely, keep saving and try and build that pot of money up more to get a PC that can run MSFS instead. Because otherwise you would likely have to be changing your PC again in a few years to keep up with all of the updates and everything else. You know, how demanding a lot of these simulators are these days, that's for certain. So I feel like if you're going to be buying a PC, certainly of that spec, you might find that you have to, or you might be feeling like you need to upgrade the PC again in a couple of years. So you might be better off just holding it. If you've got a PC that works fine at the moment for FSX, it might be worth just holding on to that for a little while. And sticking with what you've got. Oh, he's already bought all the parts anyway. Oh. God, that's so cheap for you, David, in the States. It's like $55 US for me. Isle of Butte gin. Ooh. Ah, you know what? Actually, I think I heard about them a little while ago. Isn't it a tiny little community? And they make their own gin. There you go. Isle of Butte gin, small batch gins that have been inspired by the tiny island on the west coast of Scotland, launched in late 2018. Oyster gin, gorse gin, heather gin, island gin, still 40 quid again. Bloody hell. I find it difficult to spend 40 quid on gin when I know Roku's 30 and it's really smooth and really nice. Night Shadow, do you mean Intel over AMD? What was the reason for selecting AMD over Intel? I've just, since coming back into Flight Sim, my first PC, it was an AMD Ryzen 5 3600X CPU, and it worked really nicely. It seemed to kind of have a nice little handshake with the sim, and it ran everything quite well. And I've had no reason to kind of change, to be fair. I've got a lot of trust and faith built up over the last couple of years because of my experience with AMD CPUs. Do I like whiskey, Mike Oliver? Not really, no, sadly not. Yeah, it's effectively, the only things I drink are primarily gin, nice red wines, and Guinness. Yeah, P3D United 1 Super, I think you're going to spend even more than you would on MSFS. So I'd be very careful there with pumping money into P3D, because I think it would be like opening the bottomless bucket and pouring water into it. Oh, absolutely, Robson. That'd be a horrendous cocktail flying panda, wouldn't it? It'd come back up like a rainbow. We've ended up spending about 10 or 15 minutes talking about booze. I don't even know how. Oh dear. Gunpowder Irish gin, 25 quid on Amazon, Gav says. I might try that as well. I'm always looking to expand the repertoire. I forgot to cancel my next Lathwaites box, so I've ended up with another box being created that's en route from tomorrow, about 3 weeks earlier than I need it, which is a little bit of a worry. So, I don't know where I'm going to put 12 bottles, except for into a glass. Oh dear. Absolutely, Christopher. You could do what Air France did a couple of years ago, where you can have a very small miniature of wine with your main meal, with your main course. Though I think that practice has stopped now. Carl, good work. Yeah, it's the only cargo that we are certified to carry, Matthew, at Osprey Airways. I do like a Malbec, yes. I like quite a variety of red wine. There's a nice Portuguese red called Alwado, which is stunning. Really, really nice. Make a habit of ordering that a lot. And if you haven't tried, if you are of legal drinking age in the country where you are based, it'd be worth trying. If you like red wine, there's some Greek red wines. A lot of they're very much New World, in the sense that they're quite unknown outside of Greece. But if you're in the UK, Lathwaites now stock 2 different versions. There's a Xeno Mavro grape, which is really nice, and there's another one, but I can't remember what it's called. Nope, it's gone. But yeah, very, very nice. And it's worth checking out Greek red wines, because they are incredibly impressive. Certainly in the summer as well, when the sun's out. Really, really nice to drink. And of course, yeah, Alberto's home of Chile makes some wonderful red wines. You know what? I'm going to let all of you guys answer that question. Do I listen to drill music? I keep planning to do ATC controller stream spawn, but then I keep forgetting to get round to it, because having got the new computer, I still haven't installed all of the Euroscope stuff and all of the complex different add-ons and everything you need to create your radar scope, all the plugins and all that sort of stuff. That's it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, as commentator said there, we usually wait till we arrive at the destination before we put the drill section of the playlist on at the end of the stream. Skira. Ba. Right, how are we doing? Resney 7-3. Besney 7-3. 7-2. So Latlow, we should have 6.7 tons of fuel. We'll keep an eye on that. That's our next bit to focus on. Just for another fuel check, because we are running the aircraft at Mach 80 now, and we've got up ahead the Alps. Look at that. And as we approach, before it gets bumpy, I'm going to take 5 minutes to quickly whack another brew on, if that's alright with you guys. And I'll put a lid on it as well so it doesn't get spilt around the flight deck. Actually, you know what? I might do what SpiceJet did. I'll just rest it on the fuel control levers with an empanada on top. Scott, that's entirely excusable.
All this gin talk is getting me thirsty, but the upcoming 10 AM Teams meeting would end up a disaster, and probably end up involving HR. It's Cinco de Mayo, need to start talking about tequila and cervezas.
Bingo. Night Shadow. Epic. Got a nice coffee coming up, and you know what? That is very cool. Came back and actually we've closed in on the Alps, and I just literally went, wow, look at that. Abba, can you add more destinations to New Sky? Just go free flight mode for Osprey Airways when you're creating a flight, and you can literally fly any route around the world, Abba, that you want to, and you can select any of the aircraft too. So it's worth exploring that. The scheduled services, as we explained before, the scheduled service basically creates a daily fee that we incur for a whole load of other stuff, and it gets a bit of a mess. Steve, you know what, that must have been what thundered down around us about 30-40 minutes ago. It sounded atrocious, whatever it was. Rab, that's naughty. He was looking at Orbex London City version 1 earlier, and they just emailed him to complete the purchase. Seriously, MSFS? Did anyone else just get that? Seat to Alpha, thank you buddy. I think I missed your tip earlier on, really appreciate that. Saying all this gin talk's getting me thirsty, but the upcoming 10 AM Teams meeting would end up as a disaster. Probably end up involving HR. Cinco de Mayo, need to start talking about tequila and cerveza. Thank you for your tip. I'm a bit annoyed that that's just come up as we're crossing the Alps, because I feel like now we end up like losing a lot of the nice finer details of the Alps below. Yeah, the bandwidth message. I wonder if anyone else has had that pop up. Mine's just gone to offline mode. I daren't turn it back on again, that's the thing. Because I know some people have had crash to desktops when they've been turning it back on, haven't they? But is it safe to do? I don't know. I also know it's not my internet, because I've got ultra fast fibre to the premise. Ashton says he gets it frequently. Interesting. Badger's just had it as well. Good old servers again. Perhaps Microsoft should put the, you know, putting a little bit of maybe a little bit of extra money into the servers to keep it maintained, because otherwise we end up with this US digital snow camo for Alps. it does ruin it a little bit. I click auto server. Shoedog says I've been finding network connection messages all week. It seems to reconnect within seconds. So for me, it hasn't reconnected. It just instantly went, oh, we've turned you to offline mode. Ashton says, I will say I've not had the crash to desktop issue. I just turned photogrammetry off. Do we try and turn it back on? Or do we not risk it? Actually, is Robson still here? If we pause it at any point, does it then affect New Sky? Does it think we've cheated? And here's another thought that I've just had. I wonder if I press and hold. Yeah, I've just changed server to automatic. We were on West Europe. I wonder if this has got the... Got quit simulator, don't want to set that as a thing, do you? Crikey. So we've got a game server. I wasn't sure if maybe within here somewhere that we would find yeah, it doesn't seem to be a thing. That's a shame. Settings. Simulation. Fixed factor 4. That doesn't do anything. I was hoping within the sim bit here we could actually find that it would be fine. Yeah, we could maybe set a data thing into Flow Pro there. As a tile, that would be quite smart, but unfortunately not. Scott. No way, you're neighbours with Ian. How epic. Aviation fun, nice. What PC did you buy? Yeah, Parallel 4.2 Flow Pro, Ashton. Christopher earlier on asking, so what do we think of the new avionics update 2 for the 787 and the 747 coming in June? If working titles simulate a high enough airing standard on the planes, they might be more advanced than PMDG's products. Interesting. Although PMDG, I think, are changing the format of their aircraft as well. I believe. Nice aviation fun. What spec did you end up going for, if you don't mind us asking? Obedi, 6.7. 6.6, we're still over our fuel estimate here, which is good. We can stay on Mach 80 for a little longer. We've still got a little way to go before we reach Adria radar. Zelmi, which is 300 and something miles away, that is where we're going to change to Adria Centre. Yeah, I think that was the issue really for them at that time, is the fact that MSFS development suddenly picked up pace massively, so products in P3D, I suppose in a way they struggled to support it with the amount of progress that they needed to make to stay in time for MSFS. I'm looking forward to it, it's going to be good. Aviation fun, nice. Should be able to run that quite comfortably in 1080p. I'm so tempted to turn photogrammetry back on. Because that looks pretty crap, doesn't it? I hate it when the servers go down. Aryan, it should be UTC. Well, I can't see what it says on the top of the screen. It is. I'm literally running the sim in 4K, and photogrammetry has disabled itself in the sim because there's some nonsense server issue, and it suddenly makes it look like I'm back on FSX. Ashton says, I mean, if it crashes, just spawn back into somewhere like Croatia and continue. I suppose if it does crash to desktop, worst case scenario, I'll wait till I'm a little bit nearer to Zagreb. Yeah, maybe Zagreb, and we can then follow the New Sky setup. Because then you should, in a way, be able to recover the flight via that. Yeah, it's one of those server issue days, Christopher, where the server disables itself. I'll tell you what. KW, hello. Very good, thank you. Hope you're okay. Saying, how long did it take you to learn to fly the Fenix? Not very long at all, to be fair. We were used to flying the Fly-by-Wire A32NX, because of that, it was all okay. Quite a nice, fairly easy transition. Rab says that if he exits the sim to change something, his plane becomes very erratic when he comes back. Oh, that does worry me. I just read through the NOTAMs, Mitchell. Ships in the vicinity, birds, taxiway out, something about taxiway alpha as well. SJ028 saying, will you fly the 787 after the big update? I think so, yeah. David, yes, we've changed server in flight. I've used my Parallel 42 widget. We were West Europe, I've flicked across to automatic now, so I'm letting the sim decide. Let's see if this brings up anything. No. Boo. Delta Tango, have a good one. David, you have to set them up. So these are inside the options, as we went through a moment ago. You might have missed it. You can add the tiles, so you can add. So I've filled up 2 at the moment. I can add a 3rd static wheel as well for all aircraft. But you can scroll down and find game servers, and you can drag all of these to have all of the locations that you want to create a little server wheel, if you like. HUD for the control visualizer. So when I show you guys the control inputs that I'm making, they also now have acceleration visualizer and wind visualizer, which is quite cool. I might add wind visualizer there today as well. Okay, so that's top left. Bit weird. Not sure if I like that one. That's that. Showing you where the winds are. It's the acceleration visualizer. That's going to be G's. It's one of those things that actually would just get in the way, won't it? Having that there. But the landing rate widget is from FlightSim.to, David. That's a separate download. It's only for Parallel 42 Flow Pro, not the free version. And then this one here, SimBrief OFP, is another widget from FlightSim.to, as is the VATSIM ATIS widget and the GSX Launcher widget. All absolutely worth downloading. Crikey, a lot of TCAS. So TCAS for somebody over there. TCAS for someone over there. What the? And TCAS for that person. Just appearing on the radar, letting us know they're in the vicinity. Oh, another GSX update, David. My god, I only updated to 2.5.9 the other day. Christopher, we do it easier. We just put it in the live chat now with that METAR command that Ashton did a little bit further up. I got Ian behind. I mean, if I'm going to turn photogrammetry on, it's going to be in the next couple of minutes. Because when we get to Adria radar, we need to be able to speak to them without pausing in the sky all of a sudden. So it's hard to tell if it's turned itself back on or not, but I don't think it has it? Zelmi, that's there. It's 160. So I reckon when we cross Evton or Solgu, I'm going to roll the dice. No, Steve. So I thought that, but sometimes the sim will automatically toggle all of your data settings off itself without you having the choice, which is really annoying. shouldn't happen, but it does. We've changed server, but what it seems to be the case is that it's looks like it's disabled our online services. I'm worried that if we do, we're going to have some weird behaviour in the aeroplane. Alright, actually, you know what? We're kind of passing Zagreb now. Let's roll the dice. Let's try and get photogrammetry back on. Oh god, this does worry me. Right, 3, 2, 1, boom. Yeah, look, Bing World Graphics off. Screw you, Microsoft. It shouldn't do that, but it does. I don't know why it does that. It's quite frustrating. It shouldn't react to a server issue with Bing, there you go, we've disabled all of your online photogrammetry, because that is what makes the sim look as good as it does. Without it, it's FSX. It does take a little while, to be fair, living on a player. Usually about 30 seconds to 60 seconds. There we go, lovely job. Lovely jubbly. Back in. Systems look good. Throttles, TCAS, FCP, overhead panel. That's good. That's looking fine. Oh yeah, baby. Oh, I need a gin. Ah! And then it gets me again. Look at that now, much better down below. Lovely jubbly. What does New Sky think? It doesn't say that there's a problem. Yeah, just a cheeky view upgrade. Back on 4K. It doesn't say cheated. So if it does mark that on, does it mark it on immediately? On New Sky. Oh, look at that. I do like this livery on the 737. Very cool. Yeah, the server thing, MPS Gaming, hello. It tells you after the flight. That'd be rather annoying, wouldn't it? There you go, Robson, thank you very much for clarifying that. So New Sky don't care about pausing unless it's a long pause. So what we've just done there to fix the photogrammetry issue with the server bugging out, crapping out on itself, that's all fine. Yeah, if you change your fuel or your weight or balance, or you hit the dirty slew button, then that's when New Sky will detect the cheat amongst us. And then yeet your flight report out the window. Do I run in TAA or DLSS? Well, I use TAA, hardware accelerated graphics, switched on in Windows, and look at the controller of the aeroplane behind us. Very, very cool. And DirectX 12 with frame generation on. Adria radar 13055. So pre-tune that ready. Oh, first time seeing the top of descent marker for today. Very excited. There's one particular builder that Loki sees out the window, and every time he goes past, he goes absolutely berserk. He hates him. But he's also the site manager who's been in our house a number of times fixing snags. So into Corfu, we're expecting... Ooh, okay. Crosswind of 6 knots for runway 34 and a headwind of 1 knots. PITAS 2 Juliet arrival with the PITAS transition. Let's have a little look here at the flight plan. RNAV 34 is what we would probably expect. Bar BedX. This is going to look like that. So top of descent through Albanian airspace, descending down over, where's Zakynthos? Zakynthos is there actually, I think, isn't it? Oh, there's Zakynthos. We need to check that out soon as well, folks, because there's an MXI Design Zakynthos Airport scenery that's available. We've not checked that out yet, so that is going to be a focus at some point in the near future. Probably next week, some ATR ops will zip around beautiful Greece, maybe Athens, Zakynthos. We just do a little bit of island hopping. In fact, we could try and do the Greek island tour to knock off some of those for Osprey Airways on New Sky. And then we're going to do via PITAS this arced approach here, round to Delta 261 Whiskey, inbound BedX, and then into Corfu. The star looks like that on the charts. So arriving from the north of the airfield with the Goritsa VOR tuned in, heading out on the 23 DME arc, all the way around like so, until we reach an outbound radial of 261 from the Kirkura VOR. At that point we'll be turning into BedX. From BedX, next chart for the RNAV approach, heading in 085 degrees down to 2,900 feet, up to Kilo Romeo 601, that little waypoint there, before turning final. It's going to look a little bit like that as a cross section for the touchdown or the approach. So Kilo Romeo 601, 2,900 feet, max 185 knots, 340 degrees, step down to 1,700 feet, level by Kilo Romeo 600, 5 miles to the runway, and then it will be 3-degree glide path angle, descent angle down to the runway. Minimums, LNAV only RNAV approach with CDFA. So that's missed approach factored into this. So it's minimums plus 50 in that total figure of 770 for the decision altitude. Missed approach is a little bit chaotic. You can see the dashed line. It's actually quite tough to do, but LNAV in the PMDG 737 particularly is very nice, so it'll take care of it for us confidently, but we do need to monitor it and understand what the missed approach procedure is, how to do it, what we expect the aeroplane to do, and if in doubt, hand fly it if have to. So at but not before runway 34, turn right, max 185 knots, direct to Kilo Romeo 700, then by Kilo Romeo 701, 702 and 703 down there, and then BedX, where we then join the hold at 4,000 feet, climb to 4,000 feet to join conventional holding at BedX as directed. So the same BedX shared via the star is then the hold point for the missed approach. So we're going to depart. If we do declare a missed approach or go around for any reason, we're going to continue to fly the arrival, but we're going to begin to climb, still flying that inbound course to the threshold of the runway. At that point turning right to head east, Kilo Romeo 700, still climbing to 4,000 feet, Kilo Romeo 701 max 230 knots, 216 degrees track to 702, and then 265 track to 703, then north to BedX to join that hold. Transition altitude is probably going to be 6,000 feet. What's the QNH 1013? Oh, nice. Yeah, 6,000 feet gives us a 1,000 foot thing. Is it an offset approach? Badger's asking. This one, no. Interestingly enough. But if you look at the runway heading, or the runway course, sorry, it's 345 degrees. The inbound track brings us in 340 degrees, so it is ever so slightly offset, even though it's not officially offset. If we looked at my favourite one for this, is the VOR approach. Again, it's not technically an offset approach, but you are ever so slightly offset. But for the purpose of the question, no, it's not an offset approach. But my favourite thing to do here is actually get the autopilot off at 9 miles and hand fly the whole final approach. The missed approach procedure for that is a little bit more of a headache. Look at that. Sheesh. Thankfully we're doing that one. For the arrival, that chart, there we go. So nice long runway over the bay, past the bar on the cliff, and past Borat in his hotel. 3-4, I think it's this one, isn't it? They put Borat in the hotel, in his mankini. We'll vacate Alpha 2, and then park on stand 8, I think. There it is. I think Doc prescribed stand number 8 for me. Let me just have a little check at the briefing that he's generated for us. Yeah, gate 8. That's the builder going past again. Flying Panda says, I found learning when to go around really helps. Absolutely. If in doubt and you're not stable at minimum, go around, try again. You're going to burn a bit more fuel, but that doesn't matter. Ultimately, if it means that your second approach is more stable, more accurate, and a better touchdown because of it, gives you a little bit more time, it's fine. But it also gives you the chance to practice a go around as well. FlightSim Gamer UK says, I haven't been doing very good on new skies. Do you have any tips? Have you been flying with Osprey Airways, FlightSim Gamer? If so, let me know a route as an example, because I can actually go in and look at the report and offer you advice based upon where you might be going wrong with that. While I'm waiting for that, what we can do, because we've got the METAR now, we will put the arrival in on Av34 from BedX, and we want the PTAS to Juliet. Execute. Give us the last route that you did, that you want us to have a little look at, FlightSim Gamer, and I'll actually bring it up live while we're here. I won't bring the report up to show everybody, but I'll have a little look and offer some tips. That helps. Was it Heathrow to Palma? Or was it Manchester to Tenerife? Don't like that song. My most recent ones have been giving me too heavy maximum landing weight, even though New Sky generates the plan, Cythera says. Is that a specific aircraft? We keep getting that as a problem, and I don't understand why, because the data is set as it's meant to, even though it's a custom profile. We've not had that for a long time, actually, a little while. We've not had reports of that for a little while. But I'm using one for the 738 at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see what we get generated for that. I know New Sky tends to try and use the default ones instead. Right, Cytherea, your last flight that you did, wow, that is the highest profit we've seen for a little while. Cytherea flew Heathrow to Tokyo Narita, I think it is, the other day. Made $125,826 profit for the airline. Wow, that's remarkable. EGPE to EGCC. Let me find it. Was it recent? EGPE. I can't see it on the list that I'm looking for at the moment. 3 pages in now. Page 4. Page 5, EGPE. It's 15th of April, crikey. Oh, that's a long time ago. I don't know what day that was. It's at 15th of April, hold on. That's going back probably a bit too far. Saturday. Can't even search it. Golly gosh. th of April, 26th of April, 25th. Crikey, 15th of April. EG, no, still can't see it. This isn't an easy way to search at all. My God. EETN. No, it's actually not on the list. 15th. What did he say it was, folks? EGPE to EGCC. Can't see it anywhere. Oh, there's no way for me to search for it, sadly, so... EGPE. Ah, found it. You still made £5,601 profit. 737, yeah? There we go. So, Boeing 737. Insufficient fuel reserve on landing. That was the biggest deduction for you there. FlightSim Gamer UK. So, with that, you need to make sure that you check your OFP and Let me see, hold on, can I bring this up? Window capture. Yes, that's New Sky, lovely. So in your OFP, you need to look at the planned fuel section. And here, FMC info. FinRes plus alternate is your reserve fuel. So it's your final reserve fuel plus your diversion fuel. And you need to make sure that is set correctly. So you need to make sure that your block fuel is loaded correctly and set correctly in the FMC. And also that your FinRes and alternate fuel is loaded correctly. Bearing in mind, if you've loaded your block fuel correct, then your FinRes and alternate is within that figure. But the FMC needs to know how much FinRes and alternate fuel you need. If you burn too much, then you end up actually having too little fuel left for reserve, which is where you've got the issue there. So you needed 875 kilos of fuel, but you only landed with 375 kilos of fuel left. So you got deducted 3 points for that. You got a great touchdown score though, really good touchdown score. And it said your altimeter was incorrect. So you need to make sure that your QNH is set correctly for takeoff and landing. Strobes was a deduction of an entire point because you didn't have your strobes on. You've got to remember in the 737, entering the runway, strobe steady needs to be on. And landing lights were left on for a couple of minutes after 10,000 feet, which deducted another point. That's all it is. So just a bit of polish. Right, there we go. Thanks Robson. Saphira, that's mega profit. Nice work. Your highest was EGLL to DGAA, $137 worth of profit. My God. Some of the highest levels of profit in the airline so far. Good work. I bet it feels good finishing and seeing that on the report, seeing 137075 written there in green. Not in red, but in green. I bet that's a nice feeling after a number of hours there. Very impressed with that. Right, where are we at? That's 71k is pretty good as well. I don't know what my highest is. I'll look after the flight, but it's nowhere near what you guys have made, that's for sure. So that's all in. We want to make sure we go to plan mode here. Oh, Zelmi's coming up. Let's tune to radar.
Alpha Charlie Sierra, wind 140 degrees 6 knots, runway 18 clear for takeoff.
180 for takeoff, Charlie Sierra.
So PTAS, we're going to step through by pressing the step button here to look at the plan mode on the display, and that's the arrival procedure that we expect. So it's Delta 261 Whiskey, BEDEC. The blue line is the missed approach that we mentioned. The LNAV is really good in this, so that's going to take care of it for us. Kilo Romeo 602, and then turning final. And you can see the slight offset there because the white dashed line is the extended centre line for the runway. But the RNAV approach brings us in slightly past that because of the terrain of the island around us on approach. And it brings us in slightly offset, even though it's not technically an offset approach. You can, that's a really good way of displaying the angle actually for the approach there. Yeah, specifically the scheduled services on Osprey make a whole lot of money. They make about 20% more than a free flight. But the problem is not enough people are using the scheduled services, so we've had to basically wipe a load out of the route network, which is sad. Same with aircraft as well. We're beginning to thin some of the aeroplanes out because they're just not being used. It wasn't an issue on FS Hub before. You could fly what you want when you wanted, but New Sky offers an element of financial kind of decision making with the VA as well. Right, what can we tune? We need the Goritza VOR 108. We're going to flick that across on the multi-mode radio panel. 108.8 and 1147.
Alpha Charlie Sierra, Roger, climb unrestricted flight level 380.
Climb unrestricted flight level 380, Alpha Charlie Sierra.
And I'm actually going to have these switch. So Nav 1 is going to be the Goritza VOR 1088, and VOR 2, or Nav 2, is going to be tuned to Kirkira VOR, just because of the way the arrivals work. I'm actually going to tune nav 2 to 256, which would be an inbound of 076.
EGCC459, when ready, descend flight level 130 to be level by Peters.
130, level by Peters for 8. Yeah,
256. And then nav 1 for Gritza. 340. In fact, if I go to the VOR chart, I'll tune the VOR chart in the VOR Yankee as a backup, which would be 343 in that case.
Alpha Charlie Sierra, right turn direct LGKR.
Like so.
Right, direct LGKR, Alpha Charlie Sierra. My P2 located in 1547.
Canal 1547, welcome to Kiva, taxi stand number 3.
Taxi stand number 3, now 1547.
Azure radar. Azure radar, Tomjet 5 Echo Charlie, who is at flight level 350.
Tomjet 5 Echo Charlie, other radar. Good day, unfortunately not covering west, only east for now. Switch to Unicom 128, I will call you.
I'll give you just my name and you'll call me. Bye bye.
Chris Van Nice, as long as the Phoenix isn't scrubbed from Osprey, I'm happy. You'll be fine there. Phoenix will remain part of the Osprey Airways fleet, of course. Gav says, do you think there will be an opportunity for Xbox users to fly VA in the future? I hope so, I hope so. But we had issues, those of you who might not be aware, I have actually for the last year and a half been trying to get accepted into the MSFS marketplace as a quote-unquote developer, so that we can package our liveries up and put them in the marketplace for those of you on Xbox to download and enjoy. Because we want to market as free, it seems Microsoft aren't interested, which is really frustrating. Really frustrating.
That's the Banana Victor ready for departure 18.
Banana Victor, thank you, wind 140 degrees, 6 knots, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
We are trying to work around that somehow though.
Alpha Charlie Sierra, for your information over the land.
That's cool to know though. There you go. Gav says, so Gav's question, Robson in response. Robson, by the way, is the developer behind New Sky. It says when Asobo brings Sim Connect to Xbox, New Sky will work with it. That's pretty cool. Overfueled landing for the airline. That means you'll be potentially above your maximum landing weight, Liam. So you need to calculate your maximum landing weight and see whether or not you are covering it or not. Adria East. You know what he's done, don't you? He's not actually covering our section. Croatia East. There was a Tomjet who called up. Okay, Charlie. Okay, no, there we go. He's all the way over there. That's why.
November, contact Athena 129.675.
So we're going to have ATC imminently now.
129.675. Bye bye.
And that will be our next frequency. Yeah, you need to calculate it yourself, Liam.
Engine 705 to Adria radar, could they identify?
I mean, even if I have to offer it as a package for £1 or $5, which is the minimum, we could package all of them together in a $5 pack. And then the money can go to Tapsy and Demo Designs and the folk that have made deliveries. Once Microsoft have taken their little cut. If they're that bothered about it being free. Adro Radar, good afternoon. Tomjet 2 X-Ray Bravo, flight level 370 inbound, Biglow.
Tomjet 2 X-Ray Bravo, Adria radar, could they identify them?
Ta-da!
Adria Center, November 106, Echo Sierra, good afternoon. Flight level 410.
Christopher, yeah, so it looks at the fuel that you burnt in flight and it calculates the cost. So you have a number of different things broken down into the costs when you have your report generated at the end of your flight, and it will look at things like how much fuel you might have burnt, the usage of the aircraft that would generate a certain fee per hour, I think it is, all that sort of thing.
660, thank you. Identified, proceed direct LGKR.
Flying Panda, oof, going to be a bit busy on approach when I'm due in. Got Tomjet 5 Echo Charlie, a GN351 and Osprey 94 Hotel all due in at the same time according to VATSIM. Then you guys, if you're still on Unicom, you can now, those 3 call signs can start to work to get separation early. Oh yes, Ethereum. See, we need to know about that sort of stuff so that we can actually edit that ourselves. Let me see if I can edit that now, because I don't understand why it would be missing on one and not the other.
Hello, with Armada 107, I'd like to change cruise altitude down to flight level 330 if that's possible.
Armada 107, absolutely sir, descent flight level 330.
EGAA?
330 with Armada 107.
Oh well. No, that was an airport that wasn't used enough, so we binned it from the network.
Easy 85 Bravo Golf, ready descent flight level 130
yeah, gone.
to be level by PITAS.
So, you'd have to fly that route now, Cythera, Heathrow to DJAA and back, using reflight mode instead.
Adria radar, good evening.
Nose high?
Sorry, good afternoon. Channix 254.
Oh, that's really weird.
350, direct, rod on.
Looks like we're really kind of like nose up. Hello, Arusi. Airport down there, I believe. I'll have to look at Volanta. I think it's Dubrovnik. It is Dubrovnik. Great, beautiful approach. If you get the runway landing south, basically it brings you in through all of those little islands off the coast, past the city, and in on approach, and it is a really spectacular arrival. Got an aircraft passing over us here in a moment. Just want to try and get a screenshot of that.
Channix 2542, proceed direct PITAS.
Proceed direct PITAS, Channix 2542.
Adria radar, dobra večer, Enterprise 2904, flight level 370.
Enterprise 2904, Adria, good day, identified.
You just about see his lights.
Alpha Charlie Sierra, contact Belgrade radar frequency 133.1. Bye-bye.
Belgrade radar 133.1, thank you for your service, bye-bye. Next time, please, higher speed.
Thanks, but here's a criticism just at the end. Only on VATSIM. Fantastic.
Two stations at once, first Enterprise 701, Adria radar, good day, identified.
Adriana Center, November 10.
Yeah, you're right there, Cythera.
November 106 Echo Sierra, descend flight
Right, let's
level
quickly
300.
go to the landing tab here. So headwind is 6 knots, crosswind at 1 knots now at Corfu. Very nice, very nice. 310 at 7, QNH 1013.
Good afternoon, Osprey 2472 with you.
Lovely, 23 degrees Celsius. And that's telling us we're going to need auto brake 3 and both reverses.
Osprey 2472.
Osprey 2472, Adria, good day, identified.
So we can set auto brake 3. We also have a planned landing weight.
Adria Radar, good afternoon. This
We're an estimated landing weight of 61.1.
Passing flight level 250, descending to flight level
So we'll set that and we can come in at flat 30. Drag required after Kilo Romeo 601, that's fine. We'll look at that nearer the time. Drag can mean gear, can mean flaps, can mean speed brake, multiple different things. Adam, welcome buddy. Very good, thank you.
I
think it is Flight Sim Gamer. Unless it's not, we can maybe add it. Nice little tailwind helping push us along now, this final little leg. What else do we need to set? Minimums, so we spoke about that a moment ago as well. Now we're getting closer to top of descent. 770 for MDA. Let's spin the wheel.
Easy 459, contact Athena 129.675, bye-bye.
129.675 for E2459.
770, happy days. So minimum set, that's set. QNH, we spin the wheel, make sure that's set as well. So we've got 1013 armed and landing elevation in the overhead panel for the pressure. Airport elevation of 5 feet at Corfu, we'll set then therefore that to 0.
2542, when ready, descend flight level 130 to be level by Pitas.
Descent when ready, we're flight level 130, level by Pitas, GSX 2542.
Was that descend flight level 130 by Pitas? Forecast transition level 6000. 1013. Well, no, so we spoke about it a moment ago. Because it's CDFA minimums, it's already got the 50 feet factored into it. John, hello, buddy. Was that 13,000 somebody mentioned a moment ago? Is it flight level 110?
6 Echo Sierra, continue descent level 210, expect LGKR Alpha.
I missed what that Chanex got given for level at Pitas.
Level 210 and expect which approach please?
You can expect LGKR Alpha.
Aviation fun, hello, his grandson again.
LGKR Alpha 6 Echo Sierra.
It's fine.
Is 85 Bravo Golf, contact Athena 129.675, bye-bye.
Adria Radar, Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, flight level 370, inbound Biglow.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, Adria, good evening, identified.
I don't know what they got given at Pitas for descent. Just been scratching my head trying to work it out. Does anyone remember what that Chanex got told for descent level by Pitas? Was it 140 or 120? Flight level 120 by Pitas? It must have been 120. Was it 110? Oh, 130 Delta Tango. I've set 110 just in case. Top of descent is imminent though.
Subject to X-ray Bravo, when ready, descend flight level 130 to be leveled by Pitas.
Send flight level 130 level Pitas, subject to X-ray Bravo. Well, there we go, that solves that one. Flight level 130. Let's spin the wheel on the MCP. We reset the MCP altitude. Oops. I was reading Dwell's comment. 130. So VNAV, LNAV, we're going to go back to speed intervention mode just before we reach top of descent. I prefer the PMDG 737 aviation for fun by quite a substantial margin. And it gives you a Boeing 737 to enjoy, which is a lot more hands-on, a lot more immersive, a bit more complex, a bit more of a handful as well if things start to go wrong. So you've got to learn it. Really, really fun. Comparable to an A320, but you know, you've got the Blubber White A32NX that can scratch the itch, providing are on PC.
Adria Center, good afternoon. This is Skip 068. Quick question: do you have CPDLC for pre-departure?
Oh, welcome back.
Unfortunately, sir, only clearance is only via frequency.
Perfect. Okay, Adria Center, this is 068.
10 miles, so we're going to reset speed. Damboza, hello.
Skipper 068, you are clear to destination via Ghost T2 Delta departure runway 34, initial climb 10,000 feet.
So I'm letting the aeroplane manage the speed again in VNAV mode as part of the descent now. By clicking speed intervention again, that screen goes blank, and I'm giving the control back to the brains of the aeroplane.
Departure 10,000, 5202, runway 34.
068, is that correct?
Damboza, good stuff, thank you.
Ujian Alta 107, no February, Unicorn 122.8, bye bye.
So, 129.675.
On to 2.8 for Ujian Alta 107, goodbye.
LGKR ATIS, so we've got Kirk at Information Charlie. Let's bring it up on the screen here. Ian, no, try refresh your browser. This is the ATIS into Corfu. Information Charlie. Expect RNAV approach runway 34, departures runway 34, transition level 60, winds 310 at 7. Cav OK, 23 degrees, dew point 12, QNH 1013, and it's Information Charlie. Good. We've got Pitas to Juliet. Pitas Juliet, RNAV to runway 34. Via FedEx. QNH 1013. Aviation fun. Yeah, it's my grandson is very into aviation. We're in the UK, and on your website it says you're a flying instructor for the RAF Air Cadets. Would you recommend it to someone who loves aviation?
Chanix 2542.
It's the organisation's a little different to what I initially was part of a couple of years ago. There's less flying than there used to be, but it's still a wonderful organisation to be part of. Certainly as well if you wanted to maybe consider a career in the Royal Air Force. The Air Cadets is a fantastic entry into that kind of world. It taught me a lot as well growing up, bearing in mind you can join from the age of 13 as a cadet, which is where I started my Air Cadet kind of venture. It taught me a hell of a lot. It helped me grow up a bit quicker, be a bit more mature. It taught me some good principles in life, like discipline, resilience, all that sort of stuff that translates now into adulthood many years later. Still absolutely look back on my time in the Air Cadets, about 7-8 years, and I think I love every single bit of it, to be honest. I loved being in the Air Cadets as a cadet, and then as a flight staff cadet at the volunteer gliding squadron, and then as a civilian gliding instructor. Hopefully you have a squadron nearby, aviation fun. It'd be worth taking your grandson there.
Bye-bye. 129675, thanks for the ATN.
Yeah, hopefully you've got a squadron nearby. If your grandson's around 13, you'll be able to take him on one of the squadron nights, find out when it is, and you'll be able to basically pop in and say hello to the staff. And they should give you a little bit of an idea of what to expect, and it will give you the opportunity to have a feel for what that specific squadron is like as well. The dynamics of that squadron, the staff, and all that sort of thing. I'm 31, Clipper. 32 imminently, actually. Christopher, so I was joining at a time where we were still in Afghanistan, but at the time they started to, with austerity and things, trim back on flying training, and it caused a number of issues with recruitment at the time that I was applying.
Ready to send to be at flight level 130 by Pedest, Crossway 2+.
So it never really worked out, sadly. A friend of mine, for example, ended up doing his initial officer training at Cranwell and then waiting for his flying course, but they froze all the flying training, so he ended up disbanding the Harriers, and then was told by his commanding officer, get yourself ready for civvy life, because unless you want to reskill into something else like the RAF Regiment, which is what they offered me as well, then you're not going to be flying for years. And then life takes over, doesn't it? Good morning, Dorman. Ian saying he loved his time in the Air Cadets as well. Not quite, Turtle.
906 Yankee Golf, Mayor Space Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Unicom 122.8, goodbye, 96 Yankee Golf. At your radar, Tomjet 5 Echo Charlie with flight level 350.
Tomjet 5 Echo Charlie at the radar, good evening, identified.
John says his mum and dad sent him to Boys Brigade, hated every minute of it because our football team kept losing 10-0 every game. Yeah, that'd get thin pretty quick.
Tomjet 5 Echo Charlie, give me heading 070 for separation, please.
Heading 070 for separation, Tomjet 2 Extra Bravo.
2 Extra Bravo, negative, that was not for you, so that was for Tomjet 5 Echo Charlie.
Ah, roger.
Yeah, we'll give you a heading for 070 for basic Tomjet 5 Echo Charlie.
I heard Tomjet and then I heard a number and 2 letters. That's a good job it didn't hit to heading mode there. Rab, you've absolutely zoomed along. You were flying offline though, right? Dom P, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Is Osprey, Turtle, I'm assuming you mean, is Osprey a virtual airline? Yeah, it's not a real airline, it's our channel's community virtual airline, so we've got our liveries, routes, all that sort of stuff, you know, a community of pilots, a fleet, and a scheduled network. And we all kind of fly together. How wild is everything in the UK?
Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo, contact Athena 129.675, bye-bye.
That one's for me. Contact Athens 129675 Tom's at 2 X-ray Bravo. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Got that one right. And now I get to say Kalispera.
EG45901310 at 7 knots on 834 clear land.
Clear land 34 for EG459.
Okay, 9 hours the order, climbing flight level 100, passing 5,000 feet.
Line 75, Yankee radar contact, climb level 360.
Climbing flight level 360.
Yeah, that's the thing, Christopher. Then yeah, you age out really quickly.
Radar contact, climb flight level 340.
Just waiting for a natural gap now to transmit. Mark, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing, buddy.
Estimated approach time for us.
It's whenever you get to 4,000. You were just too high for the approach.
Alright, thanks. K165.
Athena radar, Kalispera, Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo 737-800 with information Charlie inbound Pitas descending flight level 130 level by.
Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo Athena Pitas 2 Sierra, expect RNAV runway 34.
Pitas 2 Sierra and expect RNAV runway 34 for Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo. Right, that's changed it. Quick. Pitas 2 Sierra now.
Okay, 1 Victor Papa approved.
Oh my god, that is a wicked approach.
Agent 204, proceed direct to Varix.
Direct Varix, Agent 204.
Griffin 2820, expect the VOR Alpha approach runway news 33.
Expect VOR Alpha runway 33 for Griffin 2820.
Okay, that's a bit better. So that's now changed the dynamics of our approach entirely.
Superstar approved, face south.
Face south, over 60.
The question, face north.
So on the charts,
Face north, over 60.
this is the kind of the map overlay. It's now a lot tighter than the 2 Juliet was a moment ago. We look at now the new arrival procedure. Coming in over Pitas, flight level 130. 34 miles to the initial approach fix there. Important to know. Distance, therefore we can then work out speed as well and manage the energy of the aeroplane. This now takes us in a lot closer.
235 squawk more Charlie.
So inbound 18 DME, the Goritza Kukura VOR actually rather, and then flying a 16 DME arc around the Kukura VOR to BedX. At BedX, then we're turning inbound for the RNAV runway 34, so it's a lot tighter look. No return today.
Radar, good afternoon.
Aussie dude, welcome. Thanks for subscribing to the channel.
265, when you're turning inbound.
But all of this still works. There's the same final approach via BedX, same minimums, same missed approach procedure as well. That doesn't change, just that we've taken it in a little tighter, which means that we have got a slightly narrower time frame for the arrival.
3681, I think that's squawk 7234.
Squawk 7324, again 3681.
Negative 7234.
And they've got the coastline below.
Shinex 2542 at BedX cleared RNAV.
Dom P subscribed a moment ago. Are you Dom from work?
For runway 34,
There's every chance you are. I work with a Dom P.
Lufthansa 2 Romeo Juliet, taxi holding point, runway 03 right via Echo Delta 4 Delta.
Almost there, folks.
Echo Delta 4 Delta 03 right.
Since when was TUI from the UK? It's been in the TUI has been in the UK for well over 15 years, believe it or not. They were the owners at the time, TUI AG. They were the owners at the time at Thomson Airways years ago. When they bought out Britannia Airways well over, I think 20 years ago now. So there's a little bit of pub quiz trivia for you. They then rebranded to Thomson Fly, Thomson Airways, and then now TUI UK.
Level 430, Mike.
AGN 3681 radar contact.
Wizard 622, good day.
I'm going to bring speed to 260 here because I want to be quite smart with speed management. And it's going to get really busy very quickly. TUI's also flown into Corfu today, so we've got to listen.
Taxi to parking, easy for
Fair enough, different Dom P. Welcome anyway.
Bravo Golf 3107 knots, runway 34, cut land.
So we're listening intently for our call sign. We've got a lot of...
X-ray Bravo descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1013.
4,000 feet, QNH 1013, Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo. There we go.
Center, Cobra 62, request taxi.
Stand by. Cobra 62 taxi to holding point Alpha 1. Actually, disregard.
Wallace misses the old school TUI, yellow TUI Louis. That was the old Hapag Lloyd paint scheme, wasn't it? Spawn Gaming, do I still fly in real life? Sadly, no. I ran out of money. John, good effort. You'll be fine, John.
Very good afternoon. Osprey 2472 with you, descending to be level by 130 by Athena. Osprey
2472 Athena, P-test 2 Sierra, expect R now, runway 34.
Expect R now, runway 34, Osprey 2472.
And the P-test 2 Sierra arrival.
Oh, that's epic. Yeah, Corfu's a lovely scenery. FlyTampa's scenery here is spectacularly good. This is Corfu as well, folks. The entire island here has been created by FlyTampa. And the airport is there. I know, a bit difficult though when somebody donates the money for the PC, and I really wanted to use it for the PPL, but I couldn't without potentially upsetting them.
Sorry, who's calling? For VFR?
Alpha 3040 Golf Kalamata.
Alpha 3040 Golf Athena. Startup approved, stand by for QNH.
Let's get the light signs on.
1012. Alpine 34 uniform Mike, runway 02 right, land up await.
So we're fighting it here actually. We'll use a bit of spoilers to help the energy of the aeroplane. It's a tight arrival.
X-ray Bravo at BedX, cleared RNAV runway 34.
BedX cleared RNAV arrival 34 for Tomjet 2 X-ray Bravo.
Good afternoon, Enterprise 2904, flight level.
Yeah, Fritz has gone, Rab. Sadly.
Who's the Bristol calling? Who was the Bristol calling? Whoever checked in at flight level 370, what's your call sign?
Enterprise 2904, flight level 370.
Yes.
Enterprise 2904, Athena, welcome on board.
Oh yeah, I saw that yesterday. Some people were like, can't believe that. They should have just pushed them off. Took off and all that sort of stuff, but I was like, well, when you think about it, we've got to protect the bees.
Him in before the two of you guys depart.
Lights.
Griffin 2820, my apologies. Turn left, heading 090, descend flight level 70.
Left 090 and down 0 for
Again, 309 Rapids Radar, good evening. Information found requesting Alpha, we don't have to roll just now.
In 309, I think I'm going to send a clearance on text, quite busy.
Okay, roger, thank you.
Upon 34 uniform Mike, wind 02014 knots, 180 red, cover takeoff.
We bring that to 1500 foot per minute now with spoilers extended. It's going to help slow the aeroplane down a little bit. There's the airport, there's the FlyTampa scenery. Look, the animated ship leaving the harbour. How stunning. Look at that. The PC is running this wonderfully. My last computer really struggled with this, but look how smooth that looks. That ship's heading in, this one's heading out.
Flight level 290, inbound Moscow.
What do we want? We want some sort of view.
Athena squawk 7246.
7346 at GN 351.
7246.
Rab, have a good one, buddy.
7246 351.
Airbus 62, cross runway 34, continue by Alpha, hold short of Alpha 1.
Cross 34 and Alpha, hold short Alpha 1.
There it is. How are we doing?
Go ahead.
1-3. Couple of screen grabs, crazy last ones. Yeah, so FlyTampa was asked about the cruise ship, and basically the way that it's designed in the sim, it has to run that fast, otherwise it takes too many frames or polygons or something, I can't remember.
Enterprise
Can't remember.
701 Athena, welcome on board.
There was a reason behind it anyway. Engine start mode 2 continuous. Light signs, pressure panels good.
Mr. Jet 1,
Bring the range in.
Taxi to holding point Alpha Tree.
Flap 5. Speed's good for that, 225. That's now going to begin to extend the drag on the aircraft as well as we head out and away from the airfield.
And 3-4 uniform Mike Squawk 7.
Pretty cool to see though, isn't it?
7245 is set for 34 for Mike.
Griffin 2820, turn left, left hand heading 360.
Left heading 360, Griffin 220.
Osprey 247 to descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Let's get my seats ready.
4,000 feet, QNH 1013, Osprey 247.
QNH 2542 and 310.
Local pressure. No change though, it's 1013.
Runway 34 clear to land, channel 2542.
Bringing that range ring in once more. Here we go.
Good evening, gentlemen. With you from Venezuela Airport, requesting airport clearance for TVAT Airport filed information Charlie.
Agent 242 Athena, sending question.
Yeah, I know, right? Zoom, zoom.
Athena 1 Victor, Victor Jet 1 Victor Papa, in status before departure.
This is Jet 1 Victor Papa, I'm aware, sir. That's the aircraft at short final.
Copy 1 Victor Papa.
Defend 2820, turn left, direct Santorini. Descend 3,500, QNH 1009.
So Athens radar is covering the entire region of Greece. From Corfu all the way to Mykonos, Samos, Skiathos, all of that as well. Thessaloniki, Santorini, Athens as well. Very busy.
351, request descent.
Agent, you said 351?
Got the VORs on as well.
351.
Athena radar, Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, descending to through flight level 280 for flight level 130 at Petas.
So that's
Agent
good.
351 radar, contact descend flight level 100, Nostal 1 Romeo arrival.
Cancel flight level 100, Nostal 1 Romeo arrival, GM 351.
Reaching
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey Athena, that wasn't for you. You are cleared for the P-test 20, expect RNAV runway 3.
180, speed brake arms, flaps set to 5 currently, and order brake 3 and set. So let's go flaps 10.
Negative, P-test 2 Sierra.
It's the PTAS 2 Sierra arrival now, folks, not the 2 Juliet.
Alpine 34 Uniform Mike Squawk 7245.
Heading mode ready for the turn. And turning.
7245 is already set for 34 for Mike, and it's also not Charlie. I don't know why you can see it.
Yeah, I can't
absolutely,
see
AJ Fanani. They are fantastic controllers, though, Athens.
335.
Athens radar.
So we have 7245 in the box, I don't know why.
Alright, for now, climb flight level 290.
290 for 34 for Mike.
Athena Olympic 235, request descent.
The problem is, Christopher, they don't hear, so if I transmit over somebody, I don't hear them transmitting.
Descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1009.
Let's punch it to 190 just for a moment, just to help.
Athena Sky 446 Tango, ready for start up, taxi out.
Sky 446, depart at your own discretion, just call me aboard.
That's 180 actually. We'll keep this down to 700.
Okay, 446 depart, your discretion. Call me when you're airborne. Break, Cobra 62, backtrack, line up await, runway 34, no delay.
Backtrack 34, no delay.
Gonna have to go vertical speed mode.
Gamma 625, are we clear to land?
Gamma 625, affirm. The wind is 3404 knots.
Clear to land, runway 01, Gamma 625.
GSX 2542 vacated, runway 34.
GSX 2542, taxi to parking, good day.
Taxi parking.
Give me charts. 340 2900.
UK man number 3 auto spec, and we would request climb of flight level 380.
Climb 9 Whiskey Hotel, climb level 380.
Climbing flight level 380 for KM 9 Whiskey Hotel.
Griffin 2820, cleared for the VOR Alpha approach, report final.
Cleared for the VOR Alpha approach for 3C final for Griffin 32.
Request takeoff runway 35 for a mass 30 for the Rebel Command test.
Kilometer 600.
304, golf, runway 35, right cliff takeoff, wind is calm.
Cliff takeoff from Alpha.
Starting the turn in now, folks.
Osprey 2472, you're not following the arrival. Fly present heading vectors for the RNAV, descend 3000 feet.
Senior radar, Tom Jet 5 Echo Charlie, with you descending flight level 130, level by P test passing 123.
Osprey 2472, Athena.
Osprey 2472, I'm following the PTS 2 Charlie arrival.
No, I gave you the PTS 2 Sierra arrival. It's fine. Osprey 2472, fly present heading descend to 3000.
Fly current heading descend 3000, Osprey 2472.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, descend 4000 feet,
One aircraft there.
1013.
Descend 4000 feet,
Not soon.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey.
Tom Jet 5 Echo Charlie, Athena, PTS 2 Sierra, expect RNAV runway 34.
11 miles. At this point, we're going to go.
5 Echo Charlie, PTS 2 Sierra, expect RNAV runway 34.
Let's see.
PTS 2 Sierra, RNAV runway 34.
Oh, look.
5 Echo Charlie.
Hotels.
Athena, good evening, Andrea radar 130.55.
Gear down, flap 15.
Mike Papa Oscar Romeo Tango, Andrea radar 130.55.
160.
355.
Keep the flaps coming down actually. We'll set flap 30.
Requesting arrival data for Rodolph Center 510 Juliet.
Interior 510 Juliet, Codec 2 Delta, arrive like expect ILS 724.
Codec 2 Delta, expect ILS for enter 510 Juliet, thank you so much.
Osprey 2472, turn right heading
There's the runway.
320.
Turn right heading 320, Osprey 2472.
Croba 62, wind 3107 knots, runway 34, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 34, Cobra.
Somebody on.
Engine 351, descend 5000 feet,
takeoff there.
QNH1013.
Data 5000 feet, QNH1013, GN 351.
Condor 3 Alpha Charlie.
Get down 3 green, flaps 30 and green, 8 miles.
Runway 01, clear for takeoff, full length approved.
1700, levelling.
Osprey 2472, proceed direct, Kilo Romeo 601.
That's looking
cleared
fine.
RNAV, runway 34.
Kilo 6.
149.
Romeo 1, does it say?
Kilo Romeo 601.
Get set 4000 ready.
1 cleared for the approach for runway 34, Osprey 2472.
340s ready for all now to go around.
Ready for push and start. Gate A34 Venezuela.
So, my throttle.
Agent 2902, push down approved facing south.
Clear for push and start facing south. Gentlemen.
Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot, request pushback at Hin.
There's a 3 Papa Foxtrot, push start approved, face west.
6 mile final.
Pushing back, facing west, 3 Papa Fox.
Flight directors are of no use, so we're going to recycle those ready.
Australia for radar. Flight level 2.
We're going to hand fly visual approach now.
Flight level 130 test test.
Spread on the 4 Hotel Athena, P-test 2 Sierra, expect R9 runway 34.
Australia for Hotel, R9 runway 34.
P-test 2 Sierra arrival.
Test 2 Sierra arrival for Australia, 94 Hotel.
Tom Jet 5 Echo Charlie, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Coming up to minimums, we need clearance.
So was that Tom Jet 5 Echo Charlie?
Affirm, 4,000 feet, QNH 1013.
4,000 feet, QNH 1013, Tom Jet 5 Echo Charlie.
Tom Jet 2 X-ray Bravo, expect late landing clearance, wind 3107 knots.
Roger, late landing clearance, Tom Jet 2X Bravo. A little bit of a float there.
Agent 309, push start approved.
Starting to angle in now.
Tom Jet 2 X-ray Bravo, runway 34, request to land.
Clear land 2X Bravo.
Agent 351.
So we saw that aircraft there take off, which is good. Increase our rate of power a little bit here.
Griffin 2820, are you having issues?
Yeah, Australia FNC just decided to crash up to me. Any chance of it?
Yeah,
hey.
The thing is that it's a procedural airspace. I would suggest if you could turn back to the field and descend to 2,000.
Okay, not to worry. I'll disconnect to save you a headache. That's fine.
That's fine, enjoy your day. With the 235, do you have the silver sight?
100.
Look into the ends.
50. 30. 20.
Set the flare, hold. Hold the flare.
Athena radar, good afternoon, Osprey 50.
Down. Let the nose wheel come clear. Down.
Athena, standby.
And reverse. Thought we had a reverse failure there, but we don't. It's good. Through 100 knots, reverse is active. Working to vacate Alpha 2.
Osprey 502, P-test 2 Sierra, expect RNAV runway 34.
Clear that? And there's our touchdown zone there.
Sierra approach RNAV 34, Osprey 502.
Osprey 904 Hotel, flight in 230, descend, flight level 100, vectors for the approach. Osprey 904 Hotel, 10 right in 230, descend, flight level 100, vectors for the approach.
Oh, bloody water break.
Level 100 and 230.
Tom Jet 5 X-ray Bravo, taxi to parking, good day.
Taxi to parking, Tom Jet 2 X-ray Bravo, thanks.
Cobra 62, radar contact, climb, flight level 250.
I am 250, Cobra 62.
Osprey 247 to wind 3207 knots, 1934, clear land.
Clear to land, Osprey 2472.
Agent 351, flight heading 100, descend 3,000 feet.
Heading 100 down at 3,000
Oh, for God's sake, this MSFS
feet.
brake thing is a pain in the backside, isn't it?
15 Lima Whiskey, fly present heading, reduce speed 210 knots.
Gate 8.
Fly present heading, reduce speed 210 knots.
Oh, you know what, we'll go for gate 3.
Olympic 235, have the field.
Request follow me. No.
Olympic 235, yeah, we have this.
Is that Aer Lingus is on gate 8, I think? Or the Wiz?
Monte Unicom, it's quite busy, sir.
Okay, I'm going to take you come Olympic 235.
Victor Jet 1 Victor Papa, wind is
after all that, oh yeah, there's a Jet 2 on stand 8, so we'll go for gate 3, look.
Okay,
super busy.
And,
he's taking that one, that's fine.
APU. For Charlie radar contact, climb level 380.
Level 380, come accept what's thank you.
Gears up. Speed brake is being retracted.
1, requesting top of descent.
AGN 3681, descend flight level 170, expect ILS runway 03 left.
Welcome to Corfu, folks. I don't know what that whiz is doing. That's awful.
Descend flight on 170, expect ILS 03 left. I have information.
How many feet per minute? It's 290 something?
Taxi on Brown is your tree right via Juliet Delta 7 Delta.
I have recorded that on Skydolly if you guys want to see the replay.
That was blocked.
We'll do stand 4.
904, top of this 37.
Jesus.
Very close there.
That was a blocked break. Osprey 904 Hotel.
When it's busy,
for the
you don't have to
third
say I'm
time,
logging off thanks to the ATC.
230.
It's too busy for that.
Was that for
Handing back over there.
Hey, firm, I'll be calling you like 3 times. Center heading 230.
Turn heading 230 for Osprey 904 Hotel.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, center heading
facing
08.
south on, sorry, correction, facing east on Juliet, requesting taxi.
Stop calling. Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, center heading 080.
Oh dear. He's going to log off in a minute.
Agent 351, direct Kilo Romeo 601, cleared on nav runway 34.
Direct Kilo Romeo 601, cleared on nav 34, GN 351.
Enterprise 2904, ready for descent.
Enterprise 290 descent flight level 170.
Descending flight level 170, Enterprise 290.
Ah, damn it.
Everyone that's calling for taxi,
My
just
OCD's
give
kicking
me a
in. I'm
moment,
going to have to
I'll
use
get back
reverse
to
a
you
little
guys
bit here.
shortly. Osprey 904 Hotel, maintain 6,000, please.
Osprey 904 Hotel, maintain 6,000.
That's better.
Tom at 5 Echo Charlie, fly heading 170.
Okay, park brakes on.
110 for Osprey 904 Hotel.
Tom Jet 5 Echo Charlie, fly heading 170.
Fly heading 170, Tom Jet 5 Echo Charlie.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, proceed direct Kilo Romeo 601, descend 2,900, cleared on nav
They
runway
look
34.
good, and we will pop
Cleared
the
direct.
engines off.
Kilo Romeo 601, descend 2,900, cleared for ANAV 34
That's all
approach.
good, that's all
Osprey
set,
15
that's all
Lima
done. Anti-collision lights off. Very good parking.
Osprey 904 Hotel, sir. I need you to turn heading 230. You keep turning the wrong direction.
Yeah, we've got to set a good standard if we're flying with Osprey. Otherwise we get a bad reputation. We've always got to listen.
Tom 5 Echo Charlie, descend 3,000 feet.
He's down.
2,000 feet, Tom Jet 5 Echo Charlie.
Osprey 502, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1013.
So a couple of options.
502, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1013.
4,000 and 1013, that's for 8502.
Artillery radar contact 11901 inbound Alpha.
Travel 290 ready for flight.
11901 Athena Squawk Ident.
How many have we got flying in, do we know?
Radar contact, descend flight level 1801 ready.
Descend 180 ready, contact 11901.
Let's see.
AGN 3681, fly heading 090 vectors for the approach.
New sky, new sky.
090.
Let's see what result I got then, folks.
AGN 3681.
Close the flight.
1 Victor Papa, radar contact, climb level 380.
Ah, damn it, 9.9. Oh, I was close. For a free flight though, not a bad bit of revenue for the airline. Great touchdown as well, 294 foot per minute.
446 Tango, radar contact, climb flight level 130.
That was our route for today.
On course.
We zoom in here, we can see how tight that arrival was. A couple of different events like flap extension, spoilers, gear down and everything else as well there.
34, GN 351.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, speed 180. Osprey 15
Who's
Lima
that?
Whiskey, speed 180.
Speed 180, Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey.
Tom Jet 5 Echo Charlie, speed 180.
Speed 180.
There's the windsock.
Osprey 904 Hotel, fly heading 180, descend 3,000.
So it's a slight crosswind. Basically coming off where our drone camera is at the moment, heading off in this direction, makes it a little bit tricky. G-Cook Scotland, did I try APL2 yet? What's that? I don't think I know what APL2 is.
1 descend flight level 170.
You know what, let's do boat cam. Let's capture touchdown from here.
I'm sorry, Enterprise 701, descend flight level 170.
Wax
Descend
to
flight level
30.
170, Enterprise 701. We started our descent.
3 Papa 702.
Should be quick enough for a rotation there.
3 Papa Foxtrot lining up and waiting 03 right.
I think somebody flying along today, it's their first flight on VATSIM, which is pretty mega to fly into this. It's quite busy. Fair play, hope it's going well.
And to your 5102 at descend flight level 1.
T2 Alpha, thank you for the tip, buddy. Saying, attention all passengers when deboarding, please stop at the ticketing booth inside the terminal for your complimentary shot of chilled Uzo. Welcome to Greece. Did that read it out? Did Alertbot read it out?
We don't
I didn't hear it.
Waypoint in the MCD, it's just runway.
Fly Panda, you're doing well, buddy.
Left ending 00.
It should be under R9.
Ah, yes, GCOP, no, I haven't.
Check your charts. AJN 3681, descend to 7,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Alertbot did not. How weird. The stupid thing is with Alertbot, the settings haven't changed.
204, fly present heading.
I don't know why it hasn't read that out. I can only apologise.
Please say again, GN 204.
GN 204, heading 100, descend flight level 100.
Heading 100 and flight level 100, GN 204.
Then the 3 Papa Foxtrot when is 360.
When it literally shows as enabled as well.
Direct clear for takeoff.
03 right, cleared for takeoff of Tanza 3 Papa Foxtrot.
Tanza 5 Echo Charlie, you good if we keep this heading and then do a visual?
Tanza 5 Echo Charlie, expect visual runway 34.
Visual runway 34, Tanza 5 Echo Charlie, thank you.
Osprey 904 Hotel, turn left heading 080.
Here he comes.
Turn left heading 080 for Osprey 904.
Sam says 9 left, wow.
15 Limo escape, late landing clearance, the wind 3207 knots.
Expect late landing clearance, Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey.
EGN 292 for taxi.
EGN 292?
Correct.
EGN 292 taxi on power and 03 right by India Delta 4 Delta.
India Delta 4 Delta 14.02 right, EGN 292.
Good night to you, Spawn Gaming.
309, I gave you taxi clearance earlier. You could taxi via Juliet Delta 7 Delta.
That's Aegean.
Oh,
he looks fast. Oh.
Compare 5 Echo Charlie, turn left heading 010 on the rollout.
Nicely done.
Will be at your 11 o'clock, 10 miles.
010 report for site, Charlie.
Serbia.
Osprey 5 to a BedX cleared RNAV 34.
That FedEx cleared
He's done really well there, trying to brake to vacate to help this guy come out.
351 taxi to parking, good day.
Who's on very short final now.
Enterprise 2904, expect vectors for the ILS Zulu 03 left.
Expecting vectors for ILS 03 left of the correct 2904.
So that's the 3 Papa Foxtrot radar contact, climb level 340.
Climbing level 340, Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot.
AGN 204, flighting 060.
060, GN 204.
Emirates 99 X-ray Monte Unicom, good day.
Control group 1 for RAM 37, request departure not if the very rapid.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, request to land runway 34.
Doc, next Wednesday, I believe.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey.
Tom's 5,
is this the Flying Panda? Completing his first ever VATSIM flight. Flying Osprey as well.
Speed 182.5.
Double achievement.
Okay, cleared. Visual free fall. Maintain 180 knots for 5 for Charlie.
Osprey 904 Hotel, speed 170, direct Kilo Romeo 601, cleared RNAV runway 34.
Okay, for Hotel, speed 170 knots, direct Kilo Romeo.
Kilo Romeo 601, cleared RNAV runway 34.
It's one of the RNAV waypoints, Liam. Kilo Romeo 601. It should be on your FMS.
Enterprise 2904, flighting 180, descend 7,000 feet.
Gotta read the charts, gotta read the charts all the time.
Getting 180 and descending.
That's looking really good, look at that. And flare. Oh wow. Wonderful flare. Absolute corker of a touchdown. Good effort. That was really impressive. I like that. That was very, very good. Do I have new scenery to show, Doc says? I don't think so. We've got Zakynthos we have to go and visit. That's one airport we do need to go and visit. Another one on short final now, coming in hot and fast.
Or heading 70 descent 3,000 feet, AGN 3681.
AGN 204, turn 10 degrees to the right, descend 3,000 feet, QNH 1003.
10 degrees to the right, descend 3,000 feet, QNH 1003, AGN.
This next one is Tomjet 5 Echo Charlie.
510 Juliet, descend flight level 100.
Liam and then David.
Enterprise 510 Juliet, descend flight level 100. Osprey 904 Hotel, the field is at your 10 o'clock, 10 miles of point side.
Was that you, John?
Hotel field is tight. Osprey 904 Hotel, clear visual.
I think that was the Flying Panda that just did that in the Osprey.
Visual approach from my T4.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, clear runway 34.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, taxi to parking today.
Taxi to parking, thank you very much. Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey.
Soundtrack 11901, Auxil 1 Charlie, expect Alice Zulu runway 03 left.
I mean, that touchdown looked remarkably nice. 2 aircraft very close there. That's going to go wrong. Flying Panda, good effort, good work. There we are, David, thanks for confirming that. That was a really impressive touchdown. Congratulations as well. Completing your first ever VATSIM flight. Tomjet 5 Echo Charlie inbound now. Liam behind as well. So Liam, if you're listening, make sure your final approach speed and no more than that, because otherwise you'll close the Tomjet in very quickly and you'll end up going around. Exactly, Carlos.
Runway 03 right to DN3090.
How are we doing on stands? Corfu looking busy. I know it's Cabin Stras Airport. We're still bobbing around on our little dinghy here at the moment.
Level 360,
we could do this to bob.
701, 10 we're heading 190, descend to 7,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Touchdown imminent.
Descending to 7,000 and heading 190.
Hey, Shutterbox, hello. There's 3 more left to land, including this Tomjet now. It was a great flight, really good route. Very, very enjoyable.
003, flight level 340, inbound Iriso.
Sorry, who's calling?
Munster 3003.
Beautiful flare, hold the pitch. Fantastic. A little short of the touchdown zone though, but otherwise fine.
Second place squawk, Munster 3003.
Squawk 7267.
And he's on the brakes, on the reverse.
7267, Munster 3003.
Enterprise 98047, 3,000 feet, flying 120.
We did that last time, Doc, to be fair.
Descending 3,000 feet.
And we've also done a bit of plane spotting at Corfu here from the bridge. We could maybe watch the last one in.
Climb flight level 170.
There's a little plane spotting bit here.
Tomjet 5, go Charlie, taxi to parking, good day.
Taxi to parking, good day.
There are, I think from memory, people on the bridge stood there as well. Yes, there. They're actually animated as well, look, which is what I love. So cool.
What's your request?
That's it, David, yeah, thank you. No more streams before Tuesday, Samuel, because I'm back at work.
Climb level 270.
270, sky for Pushback.
Oh yeah, the 4-armed man. It's him. Seems to have been fixed. Well remembered. I'd forgotten actually as well. Where should we go? Where should we go? Where should we go? It's a tight one. I reckon we stand here on the bridge. That's Tango good. It's quite smart, isn't it? You do need to have those custom profiles for it though.
Agent 204, my apologies, turn left heading 270.
Flying Panda, great effort, well impressed with that. It's a really nice touchdown, I hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks for flying along. You got a bit of a crosswind, look, he's crabbing into wind. He's in the Osprey Holidays 737-900 ER.
Stand by.
Here he goes.
Flight level 370 inbound Elpis Air Serbia 320.
Survey 320 Athena, welcome on board. Break Lufthansa 2 Romeo Juliet Andrea radar 13055.
13055, split to Romeo Juliet by.
Condor Charles Italia Andrea 13055.
Correction 6 by Juliet at 30.
Oh, a little bumpy. That could be the VATSIM server being a bit jittery there as well, but
I could hear you
otherwise
guys.
good.
I'm very busy. I'll get back to you guys with the clearance. Condor Trail for Charlie Andrea 13055.
I think what people don't realise, if you're trying to get clearance and it's very busy like it is now on a frequency like Athens radar, you can't, you are literally at the bottom of the pile if you're looking for clearance, but there are aircraft on approach, taking off, needing clearance to land, needing vectors for traffic separation. All of that has to happen first before he can even look at your flight plan for clearance. So that's why you can be sat on the ground waiting for clearance and not getting it, because of the way that the priorities work as a controller. You kind of work down a list of priorities, and if you're looking for clearance, you are at the bottom of the pile.
Enterprise 904, turn left heading 060, clear Atlas Zulu 03 left.
So you just have to sit and wait. Request your clearance, he knows then you're there, you just then have to wait for a gap. He's become very busy very quickly.
Enterprise 701, descend 3,000 feet.
3000, Enterprise 70.
Osprey 502 and 3207, Osprey 34, clear to land.
Last one in.
34, clear to land, Osprey 502.
Osprey 904, hotel taxi to parking.
Osprey 904, hotel taxi to parking.
Suntech 1191,
taxi to parking, Osprey 904.
feet, QNH 1013.
This is 8000, Quest 101, Suntech 1191.
Adam, nice. Here in real life a few years ago, sadly I wasn't into aviation much then, so I didn't pay much attention to the nice spotting place.
Welcome on board.
Yeah, that's a lot, isn't it, David? Here he comes.
Is there 104 taxi on board?
It's an FSLTL model.
Hotel Tree Delta. Hotel Delta Tree Delta, holding point 03 right.
Well, I'll try to keep up. Drone cam magic. Hell yeah. Holding the flare. Oh, little bit of a wing drop. He's down, that looked good.
03 left AGN 3681.
There he is. By the way, if you've never seen FlyTampa's Corfu, look at all of this as well. It's absolutely breathtaking. There's a cafe up here, which is where we sat last time we visited. And we literally sat and did plane spotting from the bar. How cool is that? And in 4K, this is spectacular.
Who needs clearance?
Really impressive. And then there's a little hotel here with a pool. Couple of people swimming and animated.
Pretty
smart.
Osprey 502, turn right and Alpha, send up for choice.
Osprey 502,
and
Alpha to parking spot.
There's Borat.
Enterprise 2904, fully stopped.
So funny. But yeah, as we said, it's not just the airport, it's the entire area around the airport that's been modelled. Everything we can see here is all modelled in this FlyTampa Corfu scenery, down to the ship heading out from harbour all the way over there.
Enterprise 701,
really cool. Should we watch my touchdown? And if let's watch it from the cafe, shall we? Or should we watch it from where we were a moment ago?
When you 360 at 16 knots.
Continue approach Enterprise 2904.
I reckon we could do it from here, couldn't we? Oh my god, terrible on the camera. There we go. So we can watch it from there, and we can also watch it from... It doesn't remember any of this state, so let me just restart the engines. Packs need to go off.
Mr. Jet 1 Victor Papa, no further ATC, Unicom, good day.
Sammy, just from recognition of it, you kind of get used to what it's showing, what it's not.
Mr. 114, wind 36016 knots, runway 03, right clear for takeoff.
So those of you who spawned in around us, there's one parking over there. I will get a screenshot in a little while if you can just hold on a few minutes. I'm going to disappear though for you, and I'm just going to go on to
3040 Golf Q&A.
Observer mode, so we can still listen to ATC, but and we can still see everybody else, but we now become invisible.
Kilo 9 Whiskey Hotel Andrea 13055.
Lap 30.
With your 953 request pushback and taxi.
Oh yeah, panel state load could have been easier.
953 push start proof face south.
Pushback above facing south 950.
November 6 about 2
So
days, how much delay can we expect for clearance?
I don't have a flight plan for you.
Lights. Strobe steady. Anti-collision lights.
TS72 Tango Charlie at the now, I'll send you clearance on text.
Okay, ready. Spoilers armed. And we're gonna zip out. We're gonna watch over the wing.
X-ray.
Where are we at? We'll click play there.
UK runway Alpha 9er, AGM 3681.
Spoilers armed, that's all set, that's all good, that's all good. Lights and signs. Here we go.
Clear land on 803 left.
Click to land runway 03 left, Enterprise 2904.
Again 3681, turn left on Alpha Kilo. Again 3681, turn left on Alpha Kilo.
So final approach speed, auto throttle off, so manually controlling the speed, the throttle, power setting, and autopilot of hand flying the final approach.
Sorry. For X-ray Charlie Mike Charlie, expect RMP Zulu runway 34 via Yampo, proceed direct to Yampo.
RMP Zulu 34 via Yampo.
And
for
051 already pushed up.
Look. Sabia 051 already pushed up.
For X-ray Charlie Mike Charlie, proceed direct to Yampo.
Hold in the flare. Touchdown.
051, push start proof face south.
Push start proof face south for Sabia 051.
Centec 11901, fly heading 260.
So now we will.
Enterprise 510 Juliet, fly heading 080 vectors for the approach.
Zip 2.
Heading 080 vector for approach.
This mode. That's set, that's good.
Roger.
I'm gonna get all this annoying.
114 radar, contact climb flight level 2980.
Can you repeat with 114?
Was there 114 radar, contact climb flight level 2980.
This is what happens with Skydolly now, the whole thing gets a mess. There we go. Jeez!
Flight level 370 inbound, developed.
It's 967 Athena, squawk 7277.
Squawk 7277, just 967.
Enter your 510 Joy, descend 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet, enter 510 Joy.
Charlie, Mike Charlie, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1014.
5,000, 1014.
Beautiful approach.
Enterprise 2904, vacate the runway 03 left.
Enterprise 701, wind 35017, Oscar 27, runway 03 left, clear line.
03 left, clear to land, Enterprise 70.
Enterprise 904, 10 right, and Alpha Hotel, stand Alpha 35.
Alpha Hotel, stand Alpha 35, Enterprise 2904.
AGN 3681, turn right on Charlie, Echo, stand Bravo 17.
Turn right on Charlie Echo, stand 17, AGN 3681.
Bravo 17.
Bravo 17.
Yeah, I'm going to check actually on the other side now, because I've just realised as we're flying this little final approach here, it's going to look even better on the other side.
Agent 204. Yeah, I cleared you to land earlier, sir.
And landed.
And to your 51 secure Juliet flighting 060.
Heading 060
Bingo.
answer 510.
Centric 11901, descend 3,000 feet.
I don't know what it's doing now, it's extending the flaps again to another setting. Sky Dolly does the weirdest things.
Roger 114, direct.
Let's go back in here.
Direct DV with 114.
That's all set. That's set.
It's -67 radar contact.
That's set. They're set. Sky Dolly gives you a right headache sometimes, doesn't it? Oh my god. There we go, that's the view we want. Oh, thank you, buddy.
0905, tree via Alpha 1 in the backtrack on the Bullet runway.
Look at that sea coming down towards us. So in real life you would have had this view flying into Corfu as well, I'm sure, if you're sat on the right hand side of the aircraft on 3-4. And all you'd see is water, 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 water. Booster, good effort, buddy.
051, taxi on point Alpha 1.
Little church. Oh, look at that shadow.
Descend flight level 170.
Here we go.
170, SW20.
Athens Control, good afternoon. Aviaco 119 at Delta with you.
Sorry, what's the call sign?
Aviaco
Bingo.
119 at Delta.
Anchor 119 at Delta, Athena Squawk 7266.
7366 for 119
And reverse.
7266.
7266.
Shadow's great, isn't it? Oh, the other folks have already logged off. They can't see us, all of these here.
Taxi, Center for choice, good day.
Little condor, wow.
Thank you very much for
there we go.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody,
Bye-bye.
for flying along. It's level of detail, object level of detail, Adam. Depends on your spec whether or not it can do further distances or not.
Enterprise 513.
Here we go. As we depart the runway 34 here at Corfu. Thank you very much for flying along with us today. I hope you've enjoyed it. Flying this TUI UK TUI Airways service from Manchester to Corfu in Greece. Thank you to all of our ATC at the start and the end as well, of course. Really appreciate that. A couple of annoying brake bugs there as we headed out. And I'll leave you with these views as we vacate and taxi to the gate. Yeah, about Wednesday roughly. Depends what's happening. Mum's back in hospital. Mrs. had her car crash. We've got to sort bits out with that, and the dog needing his x-rays and things. So Wednesday I think is going to be the next live stream on the channel. I'm not sure what we're going to do yet, or where we're going to fly, and all the rest of it. So stay tuned. We'll figure it out on Discord at some point, and we'll look to get the streams set either in the live streams bit of Discord without any links in the interim, or it will be scheduled on the channel if I can create the thumbnails and get everything else sorted in time. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, folks. It's coronation weekend for those of you in the UK. If you are celebrating, enjoy it. Enjoy the extra bank holiday as well. I'll be working. Thank you to Seat2 Alpha and United One Super for your super chats and your tips. Really appreciate it. Make sure you hit like, and also, big one, subscribe down below if you've not done so already. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next week. And next Wednesday will be the ATR, definite ATR flight on Wednesday to check out the new update. Fixing VNAV and improving a number of things. So that's one bit decided. We'll do some Greek hops perhaps, or some New Zealand hops. But yeah, thanks for watching, folks. Enjoy the weekend ahead, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Thanks for watching.
Heading to San Clear, let's load runway 24 and 510.